Everyone, time for my usual shenanigans. Feel free to watch as I mute Kick. Is that the one? Kick. I just opened up everywhere I stream at and didn't bother to actually look beyond the most basic of things. And that reminds me, I forgot to grab the tablet so I can monitor chat. 1 second. Alright. Let's get everything started. I really do just kind of randomly stream and never really think much about it beyond that. Just like, oh, I guess I'll stream right now, and I just turn it on and start streaming and then go, oh, I'm not even prepared. That's fine. We can all stare at Mr. Skullhead there. Who doesn't like Mr. Skullhead? I mean, I like Mr. Skullhead. And really, does that matter if no one else likes it? I mean, important questions must be asked this day. Now to tell the Discord. Kind of wonder if how badly it's going to hurt Twitch that they're doing the forced ad thingies where you have to watch, and if you don't watch, it just sits on the ad forever. I had that problem watching people's things. I won't fault you if you block ads on Twitch. I really won't. It is in fact quite terrible. They do this. I just need the actual thing for the Discord. Post my message on all the chats. See if this is a better time to stream. I don't know what's a good time to stream. I just kind of stream whenever I stream. And I really need to get more into music and sound on this stuff. There's so much music and sound I want to work on this, but you know. There's so much music and sound I want to work on this, but Gotta do the usual. What's up my own stream? Why YouTube? Why is this the thing that actually matters? It's so stupid. Oh well. Guess I'm not signed in on that one. Whatever, I don't care. Alright, well that should be all that crap done. See if anyone chatted at me while I did that. Looks like not really. It appears to be working. Fantastic. I bet all I did yesterday was I removed the fires from this and put these because I realized that it was underwater, so why would there be fire there? That's bizarre. And I tweaked this a little bit so that, like, it's just random tweaks, and I kind of moved some stuff over here to make this more of a combined thing, even into these rooms here. It should actually be a pipe, thinking about it. I'm kind of just building as I go. Whatever amuses me at the time is what I do. I might change this geobrush to the other though. Interesting. Tetrahedra builder. Sure, whatever. And waiting, and waiting. Oh, it's now a weird size. I just want all ones, so easy to fix. By adding more logic to this building, it's a lot easier to come up with ideas of how things should be laid out. It's making my nose run. How annoying. I just need to, you know, hurry up and not be human. Just like some sort of robot. Be a lot easier. If they ever offer me a robotic body, I'm just down. Hear me out on this one. It's a good plan. This probably needs to be metal too, doesn't it? At least on this side. The thing to remember is that brass doesn't rust. So you can use it for a pool and it's perfectly acceptable. But if you were to use brick, then the water would obviously, you know, quickly eat out the crap in the brick, you know, the stuff in between. And that would be weird. And that would not work out. But if it's like metal coated, maybe. Part of me wants it to be like a viewing room with that and not attached to this. I decided I'd restructure because I realized there'd be no reason for these, you know, for you to have to walk into this restaurant in order to get to the other stuff to work on. It made more sense to have this control room over here, and the control room would connect to these other rooms too. It actually connects to every one of the pump rooms except actually connects to all but 2, so that's wrong. It doesn't connect to this one up here, so all but 3, so it connects to half of them. The problem with this one is it's so high up, I almost don't think it should be what it is. Like, how is it going to drain water out of there? Where is it pulling the water from? Perhaps it should have some pipes going straight up. Wonder if more of the pipes should be ones you can go through, instead of having pipes you can't go through. It's an interesting idea. It's a lot of pipes you can't go through. This goes up to something. But I guess my question is, why would it go up? Like, wouldn't it make more sense if it just pulled water directly in? Do I need to remake this wall again? God damn it. Because if it just pulled water in, I mean, that just makes so much more sense. Yeah, I might do away with the pipes that you can't go inside of. Like, just remove them all. And switch only to ones you can go inside of. Because you could still run around on top of these pipes, but being able to go inside them is just so much neater than not. Also, this should be much more interesting than it is, and this just goes right into there too. I guess I didn't plan this as well as I could have, but I can move it over. It's not a big deal. Hey, Sadis, Kotoku, Vorum, Japan, Adam. The water does go up. It actually starts up high intentionally. And then goes down. It's supposed to be all the way up here. You lower the water so you can water around there. Hey, Kortesh, how's it going? I will put it back where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be up there. And then hopping on these buttons will cause it to go down. Turn the puzzle back on for it. Or it will not work. The first load's the worst load. It just booted everything up, and 5.7 is the slowest initial load ever. Shouldn't be this long, but... Wow. First load's the worst load. Oh, it's blocked off by that, sure. Oh, I see. I need to do that so that those load at the same time. And so it goes down. And the plan is that you continuously lower it and go to farther down in the area. Going down below these things to go explore. I have a better setup over for this one here, which also has the same similar thing, but the buttons are way over here. You're lowering the water for both pools. Yeah. Pretty much. I'm actually building a water system throughout the building. In the bottom of this pool, you can also see there's like vents going down, and they go into another area down here, and it's going to be pulled into this water system in here and everything, along with all sorts of engine workings and everything like that. And you'll be able to enter it through the pipes, though I'm probably going to have some sort of like temperature issue down here, so you'll need to gain a hold of, you know, a tarot card that makes you immune to that. Maybe the devil will do that, I don't know. Hard to say which one I'm going to use. I have 22 of the major arcana to make abilities for, so... Yeah, this room is a concept room, not actually all that useful yet. Let me fly. Wait a second. Wait. Maybe. Huh. That's weird. Oh no, I made a middle mouse button. That's right. Yeah, this is like a later room. This is double sets of wings because there's a glitch that I need to fix. There shouldn't be two sets of wings, but that's fine. Yeah, this is way later in the game. When you finally get flying, you'll gain the ability to fly up to reach these areas. So that'll be how you'll reach this section that's hard to reach. Hmm. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. Yeah, this is in the third chapter, though. I'm currently working on the second chapter, but I designed rooms for the third chapter and the fourth chapter. I just have concepts for them, though. Like, most of them aren't that functional in these areas, just future projects. The main area I'm working on right now, to show you an example. There's a couple extra windows to speed this up a bit. But this is the sequence I've been working on at the moment. It's playable, but it's not perfect yet. I should roughly have these abilities, so perfect. Give it a second to load these things. After the game is packaged, it doesn't have these problems, but because of Unreal Engine being slow, when it's loading everything, it takes a second. Oh, let me put a nav mesh down. The enemies can't spawn without a nav mesh. Not very much of a show-off thing if you can't see anything, right? Kind of lame. there's about, well, it takes me about 2 hours to reach this point, so there's a lot of content before this. But I didn't want to work on that anymore. I'm working on this instead. And the enemies are not very good for this area. There's a boss who's still being worked on. There's just a lot of things that need to get done. But anyway, for a quick tour, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is kind of like a theme park in a building, where all the toys are brought to life at night by a curse. Well, a lot of the toys, not every toy. And she's trying to escape. Well, mostly get her body back if possible, or, you know, find some way to live without the curse that she needs to survive right now. Because she doesn't want to spend the rest of her life as a toy. Crap here. She uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It is a giant squeaky toy. It bonks things. Has my SSD ever broken down by any chance? I've definitely had one break before. Though. I actually thought I was going to lose my latest version of this game. I have multiple backups, so I would have just lost like a day or so of work. But nope. I was able to rescue it. Started having a lot of bugs, and I had to, well, I just bought a new one. Use a recovery thing to get the latest version off. Best advice: don't use old SSDs for anything important. Hear me out on this one. It just makes the most sense. Oh, the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, but you lose your sanity. I just jumped in the water like an idiot. Every time it breaks down in 3 to 6 months? No, that's awkward. Don't jump in the pool, by the way. That was a mistake on my part. I'm very bad. But tell it not to auto backup. It likes to auto backup. Don't do that. Just turn that off. Like, it'll just fill the drive full of crap. Beyond that, I don't know why it would break. I mean, I've been using Unreal Engine for a couple years now, and it wasn't even Unreal Engine that made that one break. That wasn't even the one Unreal Engine's on. It was just one of the ones I backed up to. But I lagga. I have like 3 different SSDs, and I back up to each one, so if anything ever happens. Plus, I have a very large USB that I back up to as well. Like professional artist or something? A long time ago, I used to do advertisements, but that was a long time ago. Do I have some artistic skill? My biggest skill is actually in making use of things that already exist, if anything. Like, I'm really good at making stuff combined together to look good. I made some of the stuff in this game, like I made Poppet. I made a lot of the female characters because, well, I know what I like. But I made the walls, the building, and things. I did not make all the enemies. Some of them I did. Oh, why I just screwed that up. I'm so bad at my own game. Why am I so bad at my own game? But mostly I was an online seller, and I'm still an online seller because being a streamer and a game dev is like the 2 worst choices for making money. Like, if you want to get technical. This is the insanity effect. As your sanity starts to fall, words start to appear. And I advise against not running out of sanity. But you gain curse power during the time, so, and that's what powers all your abilities. So yeah, basically I have infinite mana as long as you don't run out of sanity. This item trades health for sanity as is one of its abilities. Like I say, by this point you're already pretty far into the game. This is tarot form. When you're in it, tarot cards have more powerful abilities, such as this one being able to launch itself and grow things. What accent is this? My accent? I'm a Californian, so you know. What just happened? It spawned on top of me, you jerk. Summon your hammer. Jerk. I'm getting shot to hell because this thing won't really... There's no space to dodge. This area is very work in progress. Well, most of it's pretty good, but this part's not that great. I don't like it that much. Whee! This is actually pretty hard. I've found this to be one of the more challenging areas. Figured it out? Ha, yeah. Uncle Sam accent? Yeah. Well, that's not even accurate because depending upon where you're at in the US, the accent drastically changes. Californians are most known for their talking really fast. Like, I'm actually trying to slow my talking down. But when left unchecked, we'll just go crazy and keep talking all the time. You'll never hear us shut up. It's just over and over and over and over. And that's just talk about it. And that's just how we talk all the time. But talking like that is awkward for people. Yes. Like... So normally the store should be closed, and I just got the key to open it, but because I have already opened it, I left it open. It says a ghost girl who chases after you because you're her toy. And she'll randomly show up, you know, in places that are, you know, where the music is usually a lot more active, if you will. She's behind me, I can tell. Where you at? That's concerning. Oh, there she is. Hello. There's possessed objects in the game, and using the Hierophant's ability when it's in tarot form will cause it to, the objects to behave. Like I say, this is already somewhat far into the game, so you've already unlocked all these abilities by this point. This is just her dodging. The Magician's telekinesis. It basically manipulates doors, cupboards, drawers, light switches, stuff. You can see a lot of the water in here. Where are you at? Still concerned. She plays red light, green light with you. If you're looking at her, she will stop. She's an instant kill if she catches you, so just don't get caught. Smile. Where you at? I don't know. That's fine. We'll be back there in a second anyway. People who like Alice Madness Returns, Little Nightmares, and Metroidvanias in general. Or anyone who thinks little SCP toy things are fun too. I don't even have a demo yet, and I have almost 200 wish lists, so it's not that bad. But I would say the game's a couple years out from being finished. I've been in it for almost a couple years now, but I have a regular job and had to take a big break for health problems, so I didn't work on it the full time, but... I just jumped in the pool. Man, I'm so bad at my own game. I need to put a save point there, so this way I don't have to just restart, but... Unfortunately, I don't have a save, so I just tried to... Why? That's the worst part there. That I lost it. Such a dumb part. Yeah, you continuously lower the water in this room until eventually it lowers down to this level by going back and forth through this room and dealing with the ghost girl. Hitting buttons and things and lowering it. Normally you would just respawn at a save thing, and the save thing is like the closest one would literally be up in this room. I have data layers. It doesn't load the rooms unless you're in it, but as you can see, there's really rooms here. So, I mean, there's stuff going on in these places. I just don't have it loaded. Giant piano to jump around on. Very important. Anyway, here, this isn't even mostly loaded. These won't normally be loaded, but a good idea. Steampunk game, so there's a steampunk world out here. You're stuck in the building, but you can run around on the little outskirts here and do things, look at the city while you're doing it. Usually the part I show is much earlier in the game because it's way farther along. Except this room. Jeez. You. Get in your cage. Yeah, I was adding to this room specifically. These are cool. I found these in a an asset pack recently. I need to tie them better to a tarot card, but isn't that fun? This would be like near the start of the game. You can grab, I believe in you. Yeah, this is the room to show off the magician with its telekinesis goodness. Why not double jump? I have to remind my brain that I don't have double jump in some cases, or, you know, abilities that, for the new area I'm testing where I do have it. I did just change this room a bunch, so I probably need to go back and fix it a bit. I want more magical, cool things in this room. But I do have these things, so. Oh, I didn't set enemies to spawn. Oh well. I'm gonna put some cool things in these too. This is actually the only room that I haven't actually finished in this area. It was finished until I got better ideas. Listen, sometimes you get better ideas. Don't hate, or do. You can hate if you want. I would hate. Normally enemies would be spawning, but you have to put a nav mesh down or things won't spawn. Well, my spawner requires it. Oh yeah, I gotta fix the city loading. 5.7 introduced a fun bug where the city doesn't always load and I gotta fix it again. It's an easy fix, it's just I have to fix it periodically because 5.7. My advice is, if you're gonna use Unreal Engine, stick with 5.6 until 5.8 comes out. 5.7 is a mess. It hasn't been this messy since 5.4. Previously the most broken version of Unreal Engine to ever get kicked out the door. It was so broken. Oh my god. And then 5.7's like, hold my beer. And my god, it's 5. They've actually had like 2 different patches now, and it's still one of the most broken versions of the engine. But 5.8 will fix it. I doubt it. Well, maybe it will. Yep. Should have set enemies to spawn. Oh. It'd be a lot more fun if they're spawn. These spawn anyway because they're not based on the random spawner, but. There's you and your vengeance shot. Yep. I got maps and everything like that too, so it shows where you're at. The various floors in the game. There's different maps for each one. I haven't uncovered them all yet, obviously, but. And all the menus are here too. I need to put information in for stuff, but you know. Tarot menu to switch between the tarot cards you have, tells you which abilities you got. All the options are here. Except Gamma, I forgot that one. These currently doesn't do anything yet. Save and load works. The death menu is just my cheater thing to level up. It won't be there, obviously, in the released game. And the character creator probably won't be in the first version either, but that's okay. I just want to hit the duckies, though. I put weird things in here. These are the duckies. They're fun. They're just squeaky toys. Duckies. Yeah. Ah, you get an idea. I play some big old portion of it, but I usually try not to do multi-hour tests or anything like that one, unless I have something to test. And for the most part, everything works pretty well in Chapter 1. There's just a couple rooms I want to tweak and make them a little better. Mostly I need to add stuff to this room. And that magician room. And the rest of them are pretty much fine. I guess the music room could use a little bit more to it. Yeah, I gotta put some stuff in some of these. Do I have to do anything? Maybe. Yeah, Chapter 1 needs polish with like a little tweaking on 2 rooms. Chapter 2 has maybe half an hour of content, and a lot of it's fighting this obnoxious boss who I'm still working on giving abilities to. Yeah, after you've lowered the water enough, you can come over here and go into this place. Oh, yeah, the water's lethal to Poppet if you have, I mean, I've fell in the water a couple times now, so. I was building your 3rd phase. You load in, lady? Oh, actually. I'm trying to decide the timing on her ultimate thing like that. She has 0 polish. She's still being built, so. And make that attack more devastating. I toned it down because it was too good, and now it's not good enough. That one doesn't even hit. I have to give her a different attack than that sweep. Oh no. The most devastating attack is just her knock away because she can knock you in the water if you're not careful. Actually, get curse back, or I'm in a bit of trouble here. Probably should have hit her there. Yeah, show some of a bunch of helpers. I might tone up this attack. Wonder if I can make this good against her.
2, 1.
I think it'd be okay if you just time it right. You gotta catch her when she teleports in, though. Ow.
3.
Not very effective. Let's put it that way.
Ouch.
I toned her health down by 25%. Slowed her attacks a bunch, and now she's just not good enough. Maybe I'll work on her tonight. I need to make her sweep attack actually hit something. Or maybe just get rid of it. Maybe she could just have a dash or something. I can also shoot between her legs. I can also move around more often. That was easy to find the real Sally. Yeah, without that attack works. Oh no! Oh, the lantern got right under my feet and I bounced off it. Suck. I didn't think the lantern would do that. Alright, well that's obnoxious. Sally needs some work. She needs also more abilities too. Like, she's kind of dull so far. I mean, she summons cannon helper, she summons clones of herself, she teleports and tries to strike you. And will fire projectiles, but that doesn't quite feel like enough that she does. She's immune to the water. Now, so far the water is the biggest threat every time. Like, whenever I get destroyed, it's by the water. And I guess once it was from damage, because I had her spawning all the minions every 10 seconds. It was harsh. For certain. It's very, very harsh. I could give the clones all of her abilities except her special. So the clones just act like her. Because right now the biggest problem is she acts differently than her clones. I gave all the clones mustaches so you would notice that they were clones. I thought it was funny. Give them the little villain mustache. But if they all just start teleporting near you like she does, that might not be that good. I could make it that hitting her doesn't kill the clones. That'd make that attack way more devastating, because then it's just like a bunch of extra things firing projectiles. I have the damage set pretty low, though. It's probably okay that they're just firing like crazy. Yeah, I didn't make that change. Then I won't care so much that it's doing the other. First time I ever died because of haunted lanterns. Not because I ran out of, sanity so much as I bounced off one into the water. It's under the extra damage effects is where I put it. If I just take that out, then she'll basically, after 30 seconds, always have it. In which case, I can make him look, unique. That's true. I guess I should music on while I'm doing this. Where are you? I did this once already, where I changed the colors of them. Nice that. That doesn't really work though, right? Does it? Sally has a lot of colors, so maybe it doesn't. Oh, I need the construction. I can pick a dynamic source material. Why did she end up with gray on that? I didn't think she had gray on there. I thought that was just black. Really? That's all of them. That's the mesh, so I'm thinking. That should be like... I thought it should be black. What do I have for looking like? I know I kept a picture of her, yeah. I need to fix this model anyway and remove the hair from it. Yeah, she's supposed to look like this. And the modeling thing, you know, in Daz, this is how she looks. But unfortunately, not quite the same. That'll do. It's not quite the same. Also, the bra cups are clearly the most metallic thing imaginable. We don't want that. I don't know why they picked up being metallic. They shouldn't be. Maybe not quite that bad. All that effort and it just looks black. It's okay, she's supposed to at least look like this. I could just turn this part blue. Purple. Might look better. I think that was actually supposed to be that way. Yeah, it's supposed to have a bit of a gray there. But maybe not quite that ridiculous, you know? About that. Huh. Yeah, maybe I'll see if I have black there. Well, it just makes it black in general. Doesn't really matter. But now her skirt's not very black either. Hey JG, how's it going? What if I just make them actually black, so then it's just black. It's going decent enough. I'm working on Sally here. I decided I would play around a bit with Unreal Engine tonight. I've been honestly not feeling bad the last couple days. I mean, like, you know, some random health problems, but reminding myself why I trade magic cards for a living and why I don't do game dev for a living. That happened today. I'm just like, I worked like 2 hours, made like $120. What the hell do I, what's wrong with me? Why do I like game dev so much? Why do I hate myself? I remember when I used to like money. Those were the good days, the money liking days. Now I just hate myself, evidently. I had to redo this whole model because Sally's hair is attached, and I want to make it where that's not the case. And then I can use Sally's hair. I can give Poppet the option to have different hairstyles. Because if it already has hair, then... I mean, she's already doesn't have her hair attached anyway, so you can easily... Once I have an interface, it would be swappable. Sally also needs work too. That actually doesn't look too bad. Oh, you hate yourself until you start to read out your AI system. Yeah, I know that. I'm just sticking with blueprints, man. Blueprint AI. I'm the worst person ever. Kind of like her stitching better than I like Poppet's stitching. But not quite. So why were you working your AI again? Dynamic source material. Dynamic. Oh, awkward. Recoloring them is so much harder. You need one material. Well, I could NPC the whole thing. Change all of the materials. Do I really want to do that for her, or do I just want to give them all like a funny bow? Like, because I could just strap something to the clones, and then they would all... You'd know the clones were those ones. I wish her hat wasn't attached, because the clones could just not have hats, too. Like, she could be the captain. But I don't really want to deal with re-importing the model right now. I gave all the clones mustaches because I thought it was funny. But you can't really see it very well. So I'm gonna have to do better. Give him some other extra pirate thingy. I got these pirate pieces that I like to put on them. It's not a female pirate though, unfortunately. Usually I just take the hats and sometimes the gun belts. I need another pirate that's in pieces or something so I can move them over. I have all these things I haven't even used. I probably should make use of half this crap that I have. Honestly, for the evil doll, maybe I should just use this one because it's like, you know, the Bugaboo was like a character from the other game, but this is already a more evil looking doll than that. So perhaps I just snag the thing out of here and don't make that doll myself, because I do have a Bugaboo doll, but on the other hand, the Bugaboo doll was also like from the original RPG Maker version, so it almost feels weird to leave her out. Almost. That's rotation. I think I'm missing something here. Okay, you see this part where you just stop moving for a second? Yeah. At least now you'll know which ones are which. I'm probably gonna do something different when I actually get the full version of her where it changes her color, but until then I'm not gonna do that. But in reality I probably should make one giant thing there, so instead of a million draw calls, I should do the same for Poppet. A lot of work to do that though. A lot of work. And in reality I just care about her head being, or like her being able to be pulled apart for the moment. What if I just clone directly her whole setup? Just like Sally's phase 1 form, and they're just straight up that. I mean, she has Sally's graph. But them turning into a giant shooting range might actually be better, because if they all move next to you, you can like bash all of them at once and kill them. I don't like that. They are pretty dull so far, though. And Sally's attack is trash. At least her low sweep doesn't ever hit anything. Well, I don't know why. Neither attack looks particularly low. Okay, that one's kind of, I guess, a little lower than I want. Maybe I'll switch to this one and see if it makes a difference. The height difference on Poppet makes a lot of things way harder than I want. What I've said is this one. That's what I was using. It looked like it would hit, but it doesn't really. As weird as it is, the spear attacks have worked better for swords than anything else. I might speed up Sally's thingy too as well. The first one's Haunted Lanterns, right? I feel like this one could be really fast because her haunting the lanterns is not directly problematic, but it forces you to constantly have to continuously control them over and over, or you will run out of sanity. But it's such a low effect that I kind of don't want it to be in all the time. I almost fell in the water right there. You gotta make her invincible during this. Never jump down or do something like that. Almost all of her attacks should probably be sweeps. Yeah, she aims really low. Chelsea needs to do infinitely more damage. Like, she got me there. Almost jumped in the water. Water is the real threat here. Yeah, she needs an extra attack to kind of tie things together, I think. Oh, I forgot to have the clones move. Oh no. I mean, they still fire. They just... I forgot to put the things in there. That was a mistake. Oops. My bad. I did disable their movement. That's on me. I take a quick bio break real fast, though. Drink a lot right before the stream, as usual. It's going, I'll eat a bunch of food, and I guess I'll stream. Mistakes were made. I'll be right back. All right. Did I miss anything? Nope. Nope. I mean, YouTube's so weird to me because something like, actually, I think about 5 nights ago, they're like, there's like 60 some odd people watching right now. There's one. But it's so erratic. That's kind of all of them, though, to be honest. They're just erratic. Saw someone talking about ways to advertise and saying that it was better to, go that extra 10% because quality content does much better for the algorithm than just, slop. Like, you want to go that little extra mile. It's easier to make, you know, one really amazing video than a whole bunch of little average videos. To be fair, Mr. B said exactly the same thing about, you know, easier to make one video over a lot of them. One awesome video. Maybe I just need a different weapon. Like maybe like I need more exaggerated movements because this one-handed sword crap is so mediocre for what it can hit. She had an easier time when I was using the spear. What does this look like? Where I ditch all these strafe things, I'm not going to use those. Not when the UEFN stuff exists. It's just 1,000 times better. Just attack. That might actually be better just because Poppet's so much lower than her, so bashing towards the ground could actually just be a blatantly better attack. I wonder. Oh. Maybe Sally's swinging too low in general. Also kind of an explosion thingy for the knockback thing, because the ice crystal shield looks like trash. Like I'm not really a fan. YouTube's slowly picking up. For the first time in ages, Twitch has more viewers. That doesn't happen very often. Look at this. It's not a bad one. Where's that better? Add it to it to see what it looks like. More importantly, kind of enlarge it. Not always. Maybe. Well, the other ones are kind of small, so this might need to be the big one. That might just be a better idea. It's gotta be on that garbage force field. Being out off the camera today, apparently. Just thinking what I'm doing today. Lead into the side. I forget how hard it is to come up with ideas for all the rooms because there's so many of them. How long does it take me to come up with enough good ideas for all of them, or at least enough to get the job done? Also, based on the assets that I have, it's not like I can order a lot of the assets because I just don't have the money for that. And if I did have that kind of money, I would invest it in not this. This is like the worst investment. No, I would invest it in, I'd probably just buy a bunch of stocks. To be honest, wait for, you know, any kind of crash of any sort and then just buy into the stuff that's I know is just always going to be good. There's a good chance I'd probably buy Tesla. Wouldn't surprise me. It is a pretty good. Oh, I jumped in the pool. Okay, I'm gonna make this not a thing because this just seems like not fun to people. Like, you'll just be walking along and just jump right the hell in the pool, and then it'll just be like a feels bad moment. I don't think that's how it should go, you know? There shouldn't be a feels bad like that. So I wanted it to look like those were teeth in the skull or something like that, or just have it kind of sticking out a bit. This can go back some. But not mathematically, there's no world I would spend all that money on this. I mean, hopefully this pays off in the long run, but yeah. Plenty of easier ways to make the moolah. Okay, can I walk over this part and not fall like an idiot? Oops. I need to calculate the base level that I want you to be versus your health and then the average damage to weapons there. So you kill her in approximately a certain number of hits. Because I always want every boss, if you're the right level, to die in a certain amount of hits. Why aren't you destroying these? Oops. I need to make it so this equips more efficiently because it's really, there's a lot of points where it just doesn't work right. I gotta bounce back and forth real fast to get it to work. There's the real one, but I want to kill helpers because they're annoying. That seems a lot better to me. And you can clearly see at a distance which ones are the clones. Wow, just wrecked me there. That makes that so much more threatening. That's definitely a much bigger strain on the resources. I might make her move more too. She doesn't move very much. Could also give her a different kind of projectile too, because she's more of a keep away character, kinda. Or an assassin character, depending upon how we're looking at it. Oops, I had it summoned, I screwed it up. Gotta kill her ads, they do a lot of damage over time. This is better. Heals feel too strong. It's an expensive projectile. I made everything die in basically one hit because she summons so many helpers. Okay, swords don't always go away. She's still invincible the whole time? Okay, oh, she's invincible. No wonder I can't hurt. I've been hitting her this whole time and she's not losing health, so... I think it's because when I got the disable thingy, I removed the wrong thing. On damage, you do want it to disable part of it, I think. But she's not, she's still invincible. That's interesting. Where did I botch this? She kept the invincible tag. Wow. Does it ever even show this? Link to this should say 7, and then might never have been working correctly. Oh, I know why the thing's still here. They left it there. She might have been doing it just fine. I didn't see it. I think it has to disable it otherwise. Is it? How do I have this set up specifically? Once she has it enabled, at this point it won't disenable it. What if I just do this? Instead of disabling Ghastly Mirror, what I just do is this here, it runs it again, and then I don't want it to continuously summon forever. This will let it keep counting, and then I can get rid of this vulnerable tag. I don't want her to have that at all. Do I even care if she has this? I guess I do. guess the other way I could have done it is she just does it more often. Maybe that's better, actually. She just keeps doing it more often. You find the right one, but then she keeps running by you, so the right one is like right there all the time. So maybe I should just do it that way. So the two options, I can either leave it just constantly running and then she'll just summon new ones, or maybe do that instead. The alignment ridge is on. Backpedal a bit. Oh, this is why I removed that crappy lightning strike. Yeah, sure. Now, what if it's just more often? Because, I mean, like, their third phase thingies are supposed to be so much more over the top than the rest of the fight. Well, I swapped these instead of having the good one. No, I don't want the low sweep. That's terrible. This is better because you can jump right through here. I can move that. You'd have her spawn back here. For some reason she spawns here even though the spawner says she should spawn all the way back here. It's weird. Also that needs to be raised up so it looks less crap. I've actually made Poppet a lot stronger for this fight, and even then if she feels a little crappy. Certain abilities don't play as well as I'd hope they would. I mean, Temperance plays fine. And now I made it where it only traps things if you're in Tarot mode, so there's a cost to it every time. Otherwise you can just fire this for free. It just does less damage, so it's not that great. It's a low damage weapon. Jesus. This is not very effective. Point blank range, nope. What's the real Sally? Don't jump in the pool, please. Oh, I guess I removed the disable thing there, so Sally can't do. Okay, so I did do that instead. So I can put it back to what it was. I think I'd rather just do it more often and play like a weird guessing game, sort of. I don't know what she keeps moving though. She's supposed to be locked into doing the same behaviors as the rest of clones. Nice. The dev menu still freezes things periodically. Could just be 5.7. Caused a lot of problems. 5.7 did. I might change out what you get for this fight. Maybe wheel isn't that great. Maybe wheel is good. I don't know. At this point, at least you have a bunch of abilities to play with. Not all of them are weapons. The fool's still very useful because it just does a lot of damage. What I could do is just make certain that there's no nav mesh below her, and then I can just have her move around because she won't necessarily fall off unless I have her jump. Okay, if you let him just sit there unchecked, this should actually not be vanished either. You shouldn't be able to escape. That's another problem that's happening here. I don't know what's going on with that, but... She's a lot harder now. Whoa, don't jump in the pool. Poppet is quite a tank. I could make it a little easier to dodge. The problem is I don't really want to hit dodge, because if I do that, then I have a very high likelihood of hitting the water. Unless I time it well or aim straight at her. Why can't I hit you? I have questions. Up here is actually probably relatively safe, all things considered. She stabs the crap out of me. It's relatively safe. But you gotta watch that. If you're in the air and she hits you with that, you might go flying into the water. She definitely pressures a lot harder now. She is taking damage, right? Like, didn't fool by that, did I? She doesn't seem to be taking damage. It's like she's just permanent invincible. Oh, she is. She just has a disgusting amount of health. I don't know why that one thing's vanishing. I get... Just imagine if I made that do real damage and not garbage. Oh, I'm in that mode. Don't be in that mode. I might up the damage on hers. Even change the color a bit or something. Maybe randomize the number. Just invulnerable in that. There you are. Are you still invulnerable? Like, sometimes she seems like she's invulnerable at various points. Too much damage there. Oh, damn, you have a lot of health. Still not the right one, but if I get rid of enough of them, I can heal up.
Ouch! Ouch! Ow! Ow! Ouch! Ugh!
Taking a beating. Oh, Jesus, she's kicking my ass. Heal, please. Almost got me there. Damn it. She's tough now. Oh, I don't actually need to switch that. I could have just stuck in this mode. That's dumb. Yeah, maybe they don't need any more damage at all. So much damage already.
2, 3, 2, 4. Ouch. Ow.
There you are. You have a lot of health. I'm back.
Ow.
He's getting her shield back. Or helpers. What I'm gonna do is close all these extra windows. It's starting to get laggy from these extra windows, and I don't think I need them.
Ow. Ugh. Ow. Ugh.
It's actually a good heal.
Ouch.
It spawns a little faster. Ow, ow. Jesus. They just start hammering the crap out of you.
2, 2, 5, 1. 5.
Where are you? You're on the boat. You have so much health. I get her.
Ouch.
The lag is rough. I don't think it's cloning. I don't think it's clearing her array very well for those. If I want to get technical, it's kind of sickening too. The
Ouch. Ow.
lag.
Ouch. Ouch. Ow.
Okay, finally. Jesus. She won't be in that mode the whole time, but oh my god, the cannons are still here. Let's go murder some cannons on general principle. The swords are still just kind of floating there. Really? Oops. If I leave and come back, what happens? Oh, out of the little space there. Is it good enough? Make certain she doesn't spawn a second time. Just a little bit. There's plenty of these swords that are still stuck in the air, though, so I need to make certain that they get their swords on the clones. I imagine that's just adding to the lag. Enough is enough. Shake up and keep cutting. Oh, heading off.
Stew and rum doesn't like going the right way. A shooting star jumps both ways. I saw the future.
So thanks for hanging out. My battle against the Horde. The freaking Horde. Did it freeze? Oh, it crashed. Hell yeah. I swear it must be all those swords. Alright, well, we're launching again. We launching. 5.7, ladies and gentlemen. 5.7. I've never seen Unreal Engine crash so many times. It's 5.7. It's because the clones are being destroyed by her, not by the normal damage thing, and it's probably leaving the weapons due to that. Over the course of that battle, it probably left so many of those swords in the same location, and there's probably hundreds of the stupid things. It's a lot. Gotta do a bunch of optimizations too. But I don't know, the last mode seems pretty good. I mean, like, it only does that for half of her life. It won't do it for the whole 100%. But to make it fair, I put it on the most obnoxious version thing for the 100% fight, just to make certain it's beatable. I might upgrade Poppet's weapons a little. They're kind of mediocre. I guess they were fine. It's a real slog. Apparently they make boss fights that are slogs. Because, I mean, the boss before, it takes like 20 minutes to beat. One before that, I think takes about like 8 or 9. But there aren't that many bosses in the game, so I really want them to be obnoxious and, you know, meaningful. Because if we get the bad ending, there's only like 5 bosses to the bad ending. Maybe 6, but there isn't that many. I mean, it might take me 2 hours to do everything in the first chapter, but I imagine someone who doesn't know where to go is going to take a lot longer than that. So, by the time you get to the 5th boss of this game, it's going to be probably a good 6, 7, 8, 9 hours in. And then if you fuck it up, you get the bad ending. If you don't, you get the good ending. Well, you have 3 more bosses to the good ending. No, that's wrong. There's more bosses than that. No, because there's the 5 victims, and then there's the 3 fights against Charlotte. So there's 8 bosses to the final, to the bad ending. And 11 bosses to the good ending. Because there's 4 fights against Charlotte. Good old ghost girl. Fight's such a strong word. You're just playing games where she will kill you if she catches you. You don't really kill her. It's more like just run away a lot. It's not a bad strategy. I gotta convert this into a level instance. These things, they need to be a singular mesh with stuff on them. Memory stories, if I convert this into a static mesh, it keeps. No, it doesn't. It doesn't keep the collision on those. Those are blocking volumes. I forgot. You can't. Blocking volumes don't get meshed together when you merge meshes. But I can add a collision directly into the blueprint. Wait a minute. Right? That's how it works, isn't it? Pretty certain it is, 'cause I did that with the tables. Because you don't want blueprints here, if possible, because that is heavier than just a bunch of static meshes. Because it has to calculate stuff all the time, but if it was just, you know, 6 static meshes, or 7, I guess, then that's basically nothing to Unreal Engine. But 6 blueprints, on the other hand, sorry, 7 blueprints is a thing. These are box collisions. Let's test this, shall we? It says it picks them up. I have to put fake collision in there because otherwise these are difficult to walk on and you'll just hate yourself the whole time. Like, you'll just hate yourself. It's not fun. You'll be floating half the time, and yeah about that. All my homies hate that. And if the homies hate it, I hate it. Say extra collision on these. Yeah, I need to do that, and then this one here needs to be replaced too because it's not the same one. But that'll make it where I don't have to deal with as big of a problem. Actually, just show the collision. I just won't look at it. Oh, that's not the extra collision bone bridge. This one is. There we go. So it just has these giant squares on there to fix the problem. Yeah, I like that. Whatever saves me having to have as much here. I mean, in reality, it might be worth just taking the whole thing and merging it together into one giant thing. There's also all the bones below too, but that's not right now. That's later. Not a now problem. I got the right one. Originally, this was, I don't know, over 100 different static meshes in level instances, so it was even worse for the draw calls. Like, the draw calls were just insane. Now, it's not. It's still not great, but you'd be amazed how often this makes a disgusting difference. I'll put the music back on if I'm going to be doing this. I hate it. If it doesn't get me in the mood for this, then I'm not interested. But these are all the tracks that I have for whenever I can use them in the game if I want, because I've paid for the rights to do the use of mini Humble Bundles, so. Should I decide to, it is an option. I thought you were going to copy this collision, but I guess not. I was going to this location. This is actually kind of terrifying right here. Maybe I'll just take one of these ones and just have the hands sticking up. And just ditch the other one. Look at that. Make it smaller. I guess you can't easily walk on the stuff if I do that, though. If I reverse it around. Might not be too bad. Plus it saves on additional stuff, so I don't have to worry as much about it. Can't copy everything in there, only just the one at a time, random. What's this? Oh, nav modifier? Sure. I got one more to do first. I'll get back to you in a second. Let's. No, it's not that. I guess the other ones must have been a different thing too. I guess I'll set to manually do this. Hmm. YouTube picking up now. I guess it's time I need to stream on YouTube. Right now, 2 in the morning when things really pick up. It's awkward. I'll let you know the speed a little bit here because now it's no longer there was like 5 different pieces to each one. They were all blueprints, and now it's just simply 8 actors. So 40 things to draw versus only 8. Pretty meaningful. Well, the only things that should destroy this should be killing all the enemies or Poppet dying. This is such old code. Mm-hmm. Kill target. Why would you not go away? I can only assume that they might die too fast. There's no world because it's literally doing this too, so This is a stopgap because I don't have a better solution at the moment. But what I'll do is every time she kills them, I'll just get all the actors and see which ones have this tag and destroy those. Because I'm pretty certain rifling through all the actors currently on the map, well, currently in the data layer, which isn't that many, and then destroying those is much better than just leaving them to perpetually build on top of each other. I would assume, probably. And then I can figure out what's causing the problem afterwards. Look at the valid. Oh, never mind. Need a 4 each. Gotta get all the stuff from the array, right? One at a time. In theory, this should work because it works for everything else, but you know how it is with coding. Sometimes you'll just come across weird crap that just is what it is. I decide what key she drops. Also, I need to figure out where this wall's vanishing because that's critical. Everything else doesn't matter too much, but when does this wall vanish? Let's pay attention to the wall here. Because it appears at the start. That seems fine. It just then goes bye-bye. But Sally didn't die. Now all she's doing is disappearing and reappearing. She's not destroying herself and spawning again, so it shouldn't be an issue. Probably. I forgot to put those print strings on her. Whatever. I should probably put my health lower. Still there. I'm gonna let her summon her clones. How about hitting here? Is this okay? It's fine. Ah. Oh, she got insta-gibbed. Damn it. Well, that didn't help. I should not have turned on, like, all the stuff and knocked her to, like, level 78. Like, I was like, oh, let's do this. I'm not gonna worry about it. Insta-gibbed. Long trips down pipes like this kind of suck. I think I should be less straightforward, probably, even though straight makes the most sense. I like how just having a little bit of water here is actually how I stopped him going in this area. But unfortunately, these don't load correctly because they don't share. So I need to fix that. Right here breaks. That's the second time I walked right to that spot and it broke. Why? I mean, you just really hate the geometry brushes? Is that what happened? Guess I'll stand up for a second, move around a little bit while it's restarting again. So I will be right back, apparently. I don't use this track in there somewhere. It just seems like it's pretty extreme. Now pretty but where? It almost sounds a little heroic. Just kind of weird. I don't really want heroic necessarily. Well, I don't know, it depends. There's like one scene I kind of want a somewhat heroic song. Ah yes, for one of the many versions of And Remember Tomorrow, this was the title music. Man, that game was all over the damn place. I swear it was like 4 or 5 games that all wanted to be with the same game. Never ever have a project where you don't just have a plan in advance. Don't be like me, okay? I know it might be tempting, but hear me out. It was a bad plan. Man, I swear in that time I could have released 2 or 3 games. At least 2. Taking them to fruition. And I wish I had. I wonder why this is freezing over here. The only thing I can assume is it's the geometry brushes. I'm wondering if I should just migrate this to a brand new project. Just take all the stuff and send over anything there and just recompile the stuff and everything, just call it Square. I'm not gonna do that right now because obviously it's the most boring task in the world of just letting it do something and then you just go do something else because you don't get to do anything while it compiles. But sometimes moving to new versions of the engine makes you want to do that. Kinda. Well, you don't want to. I don't want to do that, but it might be not a bad plan. At some point, I need to get together the last of the models for the bosses, too. I guess I don't need them all right now. I mean, I probably need some of them for like a year at this point, but... Why are you not compiled with your little whatever? Oh, looks like it works there. Huh. I do have a bunch of cool little like models already that I picked up, you know, with some of that Twitch money, and I never used them. There's actually a handful of ones I want from Fab that would be pretty cool for extra minutes. Hey Sarah, how's it going? You're just in time to find me wrestling with a bug that keeps crashing the engine. It happens right here in this little spot. As I struggle away with Sally. She's pretty brutal. She's still missing something. I just don't feel it yet, but she is brutal. Maybe it just hates these. I do have a lot of brushes on the level at this point. I mean, 31 of them. And they are super heavy. And Sally's a little on the heavy side too. Sally has to go on a diet. It's too heavy for the engine. It's a lot of mayors. I don't know if I like this track. I don't think I do. I think it's kind of not for me. I think what I'm going to do is have the destroyable grate here and then just put these over like the water or something. In reality, the water here should probably raise too a bit. I kind of want the water to go down an additional thing too, like have it go down a central thing here. But if it went down, where would it go? Where is this room? Ah, yes, the great board. Okay, now I have plans for a lot of things here, but when it comes to the great board in the throne room, that area, like I don't have good plans at all. Like I have some concept ideas and a boss idea. But I might just get rid of that entire idea and then just turn it into a toy city and then just have the queen ruling Toy City and just have her be a chess piece. Like I can see that. Because I just don't have enough for a chess world to make it happen. I just don't have any assets that even remotely fit that concept. Just a bunch of chess pieces and a board. So I was going to go with more of an industrial theme in the city. But I have such good ideas for her boss fight. That's terrible. If it wasn't for the environment problem, I would have... She'd be a perfect setup. The perfect boss setup, but... I'm just at a loss for how to make a compelling chess world. And I don't think I have enough rooms to really realize it either. Because I also wanted a Toy City. It's one of those things where was supposed to be an additional floor that's not there anymore. And because of the loss of that floor, a couple of these things got combined together. And the pirate area ended up way too big. So now the pirate area is getting a serious nerf. But unfortunately, well, I mean, because where you fight Charlotte, there's nothing saying that has to be a pirate area. It could just be like a steampunk city. That could be part of Toy City right there. And the pirate area can only occupy a small section of the area, like basically half of the second chapter. I would have to do some reworking big time on that room. It'd probably be easier to run around on top of it, though. The pirate buildings I have are pretty trash. Like, they don't look bad. It's just, especially after I swap the meshes, they just don't... They're not really built to run around on top of, you know? They're not flat. A lot of the steampunk buildings have flat roofs. But I was considering having the water go down here. But the issue is actually that I only have the engine room to send the water to right over here. Or this pump area here. It's possible, just for realism, or at least, not realism is wrong, to make it make sense in how the building's built, even if it's obviously not realistic, because, I mean, it's got possessed dolls and bizarre steampunk crap. Of course it's not realistic. What are we talking about here? But I could sit there and just put, like, you know, a big, like, thing here underneath. It's just, indestructible grating or something, and then have a like pool underneath that it goes to. So if everyone wonders where the water is at, it's down there. And that would make a great deal more sense. Of course, this floor has already got a floor to it, so I'd have to poke a hole in it. If that's the goal. I can actually build it off to the side too. Because I was considering having pipes going out through these too, so that the water is going somewhere. But in reality, you would think the engine room would be below this. Well, I mean, it being below the water itself is not terrible in this room. This is probably the only room that actually makes sense in how it was built. Everything else makes no sense. But I can't really run it down through this area too. Like, I can't just have water things here, because then this Popman game is here. So the only area available is right here, which, well, hey boy, tell me, where's it going? Haven't around much? It's haven't been around much either. Not having at all. Catching with your game. So wish that. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Slowly but surely, I'm almost to 200. There are just 22 people who deleted their wish list, making me sad. So I should have 219, but well, 220 if you did it, but sadly, there's 22 people out there with no friends that everyone hates. I could have the water drain down through here. Well, hopefully the stuff that happened IRL was only good stuff, nothing bad. And welcome back. Could run pipes. Trying to settle on what I want to put in this room first, because I might need to put more holes in the walls, so I really don't want to complete the walls and then have to put holes in them. I'll have to make them again. You know? Also, that nav mesh is an abomination. Could have just had the one modifier volume here and not actually bothered with the other stuff. But I guess I don't care if Sally goes in the water. She's invincible to the water, so for her it doesn't matter. Like, Sally could literally give out 2 tarot cards as their either reward. She could either like the moon, because the moon makes clones, or she could be like the Emperor because she has immunity to water. And it would make sense for either one, and yet she gives out neither. So far, none of the bosses actually give out tarot cards. None. Just don't. Just don't. You think they would, but nope. We're not exactly Mega Manning this stuff, but to be fair, if I Mega Manned it, I'd have to have 22 bosses, and that's a lot of bosses. And I have to give them all out before the last 2/3 of the game, so that's unfortunate for certain. Well, I guess I wanted to give out the world last, so I mean, you had to have the other 21 first. I don't know. Think about it. Well, these aren't even completed either. Could just complete them, so less spline crap here, but something is very wrong with this picture here. If I just load in right now, do you just crash? Or was it something to do with Sally first? Because both times I beat her, I ran over and it crashed. Find out. I'm gonna push these pipes farther in. Also, it feels like these pipes should be higher up, but I'm not gonna remake this wall, so it is what it is, buddy. They're also down in the water, but so you can't get through. Well, can you? Yes, actually you can. Huh. Well, that's embarrassing. Well, it doesn't matter because you can't fly up. Fair enough. Without flight, you can't get up that way anyway. I'm gonna hide a tarot card all the way up inside one of these. So you'll have to actually fly your way up. I'll have to put some kind of setup here so that it looks like the water's coming out. Maybe I won't do that. I don't know. It's interesting. I'll have to figure it out, but this water seems abnormally higher than I want. Weird. Why so high? That looks a bit better. Not really. Part of that track almost sounded like Final Fantasy VI. Part of it. Not quite. Part of it. I guess I didn't even get higher just because the pipe is too small. I guess there's a cap. I might just block it and not let you go up into these. I don't know. We'll see. My effort to make this actually seem like it works, there's definitely some problems. It looks a little better, but they're still higher than I wanted. Still can't do much about that unless I want to make it less wide. Which I could probably do, and it'd probably look a little better, maybe. Anyway. The decision tree here is what to do about this wall here. And also potentially putting something up above here so you can't get out easily without breaking something. I've decided I really like the concept of them feeling like they're stuck inside the workings of the machine. It just makes me happy. Don't question it. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was feisty. This might be a 1.4 affair. Damn, just spam away, mon capitan. Just delete all that. Like, seriously, if you're gonna be a bot, the least you can do is just post one message. Like, I really want them to start targeting the bots really hardcore for extreme things, like the ones that just sit there and try to advertise crap. That's all I'm asking. Especially on Kick. Oh my god. However bad the bots are on Twitch, nothing in comparison to Kick. Just nothing. Let's do this. Oops. Here, I guess that was technically one of those. You have to click off of a spline and then it lets you do this. I'll gain a lot of FPS back by simply having converting all these splines and geometry brushes back, especially the splines, but you can gain so much FPS by doing this. I think all the troughs are always going to be like this. Wait, did you not? Ugh, it didn't duplicate it. Suck. Whatever, doesn't matter, don't have to duplicate. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably merge it over into, like, you know, a static mesh and then make a blueprint and toss in all the collisions and then merge that too. But you can't just put collisions in the world, can you? That thing? No. I was just checking. I know you can put blocking volumes, but those don't work the same way when merging. And so we're not doing that. No. I actually want to this over. Directory game. You're gonna release the game fully. How so? Oh, I'm definitely having a demo. The current plan is to get, you know, some local playtests just amongst friends like that, you know. Then I'm going to start doing playtests, like closed playtests you've seen, with eventually open playtests, where like, although I start inviting people, and then eventually a demo, then probably early access after that, I guess. We'll see how the demo goes. If it's like so amazing that I don't need the early access, fine, but chances are I'll keep adding to the game after it gets released, so. But apparently Steam treats early access, like public ones, as a demo. You only get one demo, but you can have any number of early, not early access, playtests as a demo. So it gives you all this traffic. You can have as many as you want, so. Yeah, I definitely need to get people every step of the way. I really need to go back to the first chapter and then just sit there and, you know, perfect things. But I went back and did a whole bunch of that, and then I'm just like, I postponed even starting chapter 2, or barely had anything for so long. I'm like, I just need to have something here, because it just becomes this big weight on my shoulders that I haven't really done anything with chapter 2. So I was like, I'll make chapter 2 first and go back and work a little more on the other after I've got a big portion of chapter 2. I ended up taking out a few months off from health problems, so that didn't help either. So I'm a few months behind where I wanted to be. It's definitely not great. There's negative reviews because when it's a demo, no one can leave reviews, and the game is out, no one's going to buy the game. I mean, hopefully not. Hoping the game's amazing. I just hope people don't think it's going to be some AAA experience, because I can tell you right now that is not what it'll be for certain. I'm going to do all I can to make it cool, though. Yeah. Gets rid of him, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure there'll be some. I know there's a few people in the Twitch community that don't like me for whatever reason, so I'm sure they probably will take time out of their busy schedule, but yeah. It's fine. Review bombing doesn't really matter if your game is actually really good, because the positive reviews will take it out. Most people just say review bombing when, you know, their game sucks ass. I don't know, man. There's just some people who just don't like me for whatever reason. I don't know, I just work on my game. Try to help people out. Try to encourage them, and I guess I don't think very highly of typing out code. Maybe they just don't like me for that. But I have a legitimate reason. It's just slower. Being a solo dev, you just don't have the time to expend extra, you know, time in that stuff if you can avoid it. It's really that simple. There's like no crazy, you know, mystery to it. That's some joke she made, and it's maybe. I don't know. I mean, if you're some sort of a snowflake who's gonna hate like who just lives in a bubble and has to have safe spaces, you're not gonna like me. It's really that simple. You know, I don't want to say a country boy. I did grow up in the mountains, but I currently live in the city. But I definitely, you know, I keep it real, man. Keeping it real. Huh, appreciate it. Yeah, usually pretty chill. Most people like me IRL. But like I say, I think that if I had a bad habit in the world of game dev, it's that I try to encourage people. That doesn't sound like a bad habit, but what I've learned is some people don't want to succeed. They just want you to feel sorry for them. And so when you try to show them ways to succeed, it annoys them because they don't want to succeed. If that makes sense. Like, I didn't realize this was a thing. I thought everyone here actually just wanted to release a game, but it's not true. They don't. It's weird. So I've seen that, and it's like, I've definitely rubbed some people the wrong way on that one. People I wasn't trying to help, which is the worst part about it. It's just like, I was trying to help. I didn't realize you didn't want help. That's so weird. Especially when they asked. I never help people who don't ask. So when they get upset for me for helping them, which has happened before. Not specifically on Twitch, but with just various people, it's just like, why did you ask if you didn't want my help? What are we talking here? Like, because I don't want to help them if they don't want my help. Why would I waste my time? But I've seen that too, and it's really weird. So, I don't know. Now I don't really like to help people anymore. Not like that. Like, I'm not going to encourage them to make their game. I'm just going to move on and let them do what they're going to do. Seems to just blow up in my face whenever I try to help in that way. The quote for that is there. No good deed goes unpunished, I believe was one. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. Did I run the water out here? Maybe. Honestly, these look like a conveyor belt too. I thought about making conveyor belts. I still have to make an area that makes toys. What is going on at the end there? It's tripping. Just the way it's done. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to make my game. That's my goal. If I didn't have health problems, I would just sit there and work all the time on it. Because it's been established recently that I just clearly hate money. And they're not wrong. I mean, if I liked money, I wouldn't do this. Obviously, I'm not stupid. But maybe I am. That's true. I could be stupid. And that's fair. Not wrong. If you dream of more but never act, it's not fear holding back, it's comfort. True and happiness creates motion. Then we are dying and then force you to move. It's fair. Yeah. Makes sense. You know, like necessity is the mother of invention and all that, you know? I have some people, yeah, you're right. It is comfort, yeah. So I've definitely seen some people who just, they really like the idea of making a game. They don't like making the game. You don't, no. They like the idea of making a game. Lots of people like the idea of making the game. But making a game is hard. It's a huge amount of work. And most people, when they discover that, wisely go, this sucks, why would I do this? But some people just keep their dicking along forever with no intention of ever succeeding or finishing or any goal or plan or anything. Don't get me wrong, I did this for quite a while, so, you know, the pot calling the kettle black and all that, I recognize the same thing I did. In fact, whenever someone does the same mistake they did, I often will point out when I did that mistake. Because, I mean, someone might as well learn from my mistakes if I sure didn't, you know what I mean? I have learned from them, but there's no reason you should waste years making the same mistakes I did. Learn from me so you don't have to do them. Or the mindset that I wanted to make a game? Or just... Which mindset are we talking here? There's so many mindsets. I mean, current mindset on how everything happened is largely because I realized I was making those mistakes. Like, there was a game called And Remember Tomorrow, which was my original Dream Bizarro World game that existed to be, if there was a problem that could be had, that game had it. I showed up to RPG Maker because, you know, I was trapped inside because there was a fire in the nearby city and the air outside was toxic. So for like 3 weeks, the air was crap outside. I needed something to do. So I picked up RPG Maker and got into that, thinking, I'm going to make a game. There was no plan. Nothing. I had a story once that I'd written like that was almost entirely a book, and I was going to turn that into a game. I learned later that that's bad news because a story doesn't necessarily make a good game. That's a thing like that. But then I proceeded to make, you know, all kinds of mistakes, like such as I fell into the trap of deciding that I really wanted to make. I was more worried about what I could do in the engine than creating content. So I kept making all these cool like plugins that let me do all this stuff that I could do in the future. And I see people make this error all the time. And, you know, it's the oh gosh, what is the term for it? Basically, it's the game in a box that you can use for every other game. And there's another term for it, but I'm just blanking on it. So it's like I make a whole new animation plugin. I made that engine do things it could never have done. I learned JavaScript and everything. And proceeded to then blow like a year and a half doing basically nothing. And I discovered when I looked at it, I had no content. Yeah, you see the YouTubers, I had no content, nothing. I'd spent all this time in this, you know, making these great things for the future that I would make this amazing game, but I never made the game. In fact, every single time, the trap, definitely. Yeah, every time I would start to work on the game, I'd come up with some other better idea and the game would take another direction. Like I'd had some content and I would throw it away for the better. The endless better. And it happened a bunch of times over as the game kept morphing into something else because it was better, and it would follow the, well, now I have all this cool stuff I can do, so now the game needs to adapt to the new cool stuff instead of the stuff adapting to what the game wanted. Because like the first game, RPG Maker, it literally, you know, used the mechanic where you would sit there and build like little pathways in the ground like that over nothing, and you would gain power as you basically built more. And she was like in her own head basically and pretending to do all these things. And this worked in RPG Maker because you had these simple rooms and they were like a grid, and you could simply fill up the rooms like that and make it so you could actually have, you know, collisions so you wouldn't fall on like that. You just do that and fight all these things. The game worked. It actually started as a story of child abuse of all things. One day it morphed into all, like, it went so many more versions. We're not even going to talk about it. It would take days to talk about every version that game had, every mistake I made. But if I had taken that, there was already about an hour of content. That was the first version, but then I wanted to have these randomized dungeons. I fell in the trap of random. There's only like really one good kind of random game, and you should probably never make anything else besides these ones if you're going to make a random game, and that would be the open world crafting game, because the content doesn't matter that you made a random world. It just doesn't. You know, it's Minecraft theory. But I spent so long trying to make the content, randomized content, fun enough to continuously replay that again I forgot, hey, why not make content in the first place? So it's just like, I remember one of the early versions of Poppet Quest, for when it was the RPG Maker game, when I was trying to make the Game Jam game better, I let people play it, like some streamers, and what a lot of them found as I watched the videos was that randomized content isn't very fun more than once. Like, you spend all this time to randomize it, then the content feels meaningless. It's hard to, like, even though every single level was different, the main comment was it felt the same. Battles didn't matter. The location stuff wasn't really unique enough because it was so random, it had no sense. But I fell into that problem long before in my RPG Maker days with, you know, And Remember Tomorrow was. And that game even switched protagonists at one point, for God's sakes. It just went everywhere. Like, oh, so many mistakes. The funny part is all the plugins made for that game are what got used to make the Game Jam game for Poppet Quest, which would have won that Game Jam if I had not made another massive mistake, and that's called scope. For some reason, I thought it needed 11 worlds for a game that we're going to play for half an hour. They were going to judge it entirely on the first half an hour of the game. So I spent the entire month I had making all these stuff for it, and do you know what happened? I ran out of time to test it, and you know what? Eventually, though the guy said it was really cool, it lost in the first round because it was so buggy. He even called it out in the stream. They were talking to all the judges like that, you know. Well, he said a game that was like none of the others and everything like that. It was obviously mine, you know, but scope. And it's funny too, because in time, like as it's gone along, Poppet Quest has continuously made the problem of scope, like been the big issue that it's had is scope. And even now, I just start looking at it like the scope of this game is so ridiculous. I mean, if I'd started with the scope it is now, it would have been manageable, but it's thrown away a lot of work too. That's the other thing. No plan. Again, every mistake I've arrived at this mindset of what I need to do like that and just focusing it down because I made all these mistakes. But the no plan thing bit me in the ass so hard for Poppet Quest. So hard. First, there was all the time wasted in the RPG Maker version. That one sort of had a plan. So in my defense on that one, it had a plan. It wasn't a good plan. It did. But then I came to, you know, Unreal Engine. There was no plan in Unreal Engine. And if you look back in the early videos, there's this giant open world map that's like some dilapidated place out in the middle of nowhere before I made this city, with this giant warehouse that is approximately like, I don't know, 6+ times the size of this game. And I had this big elaborate, what if I did this and this like this? I had no plan for what the abilities were going to be. The whole tarot card thing came about way later. She just had magical powers initially. She was a caster, purely a caster. The tarot thing came about way later. No concept of that. Charlotte was not a character until significantly later. Like the whole ghost girl thing, wasn't there. She was just fighting some other toys with no plan, no story, no concept of abilities, no level design idea. It was going to be a 3D Metroidvania. That was what I started with. No game dev doc, no nothing. And that went on for, I don't know, like nearly a year with just not, I don't know, I ended up throwing everything away when I went to Twitch. Not throwing it away. I switched to the city. If you look at like the first stream on Twitch I did, or right around I switched to Twitch, you'll see me building this city. You'll also see all the changes I made to it, including it being by the ocean at one point. You'll notice I'm hiding the ocean because I found out you really couldn't see it, and it's really expensive. I didn't have a good water system then. Now I have a better setup. Not a great one, but a better one. So, and even then I made all these, you know, abilities, you know, for tarot cards like that. And I was like, I'm gonna make 66 of them, with no plan of where I was ever going to use all those. No concept for progression in the game. No. So yeah, I've arrived at my current thing there by a whole laundry list of mistakes. Just dumb crap I've done. And the number one thing that I really like, well, the two things that really were my big problems that I could say was a lack of planning, which is obviously huge, and then a desire to reach for better at the exclusion of ever making content. So I guess the middle mistake was I wasn't making content. There you go. Didn't make content, didn't plan. There you go. I was so enamored by what I could code that I forgot that I was making a game and not some dumb system. Because a system is not a game. If a system was a game, you could buy RPG Maker and you would have a game. There you go. You'd have a game. But you don't. That should be about the most long-winded answer for the whole thing. Yeah. I gotta fix this. But I'm not gonna lie, one of the things I have a problem with is I'll see someone making my mistakes. Then it's hard for me to not say something. Because I don't want to see them go down my path at all. I definitely learned a lot when Thomas Brush, you know, did his thing where he did a if I started game dev now, what would I do differently video. He's done a few of them, but this one was probably about 1.5 years ago, and upon watching that video I sat down and made my first game dev doc. Before that I did not have a good plan. Nothing. And to be fair, nothing in a game dev doc is probably even accurate anymore, but you really focus things down. The same thing happened when I took those 3 months off for health reasons. I actually spent a bunch of time organizing the game down. Realizing it's like, okay, with this many health problems happening, what's the odds I can get this done if this goes on for this many years? Probably not very good, so I better plan for health problems. Yeah. That might be part of, I think, what rubs people the wrong way about me. I think in the end, it's that if you're a dreamer who doesn't care about success, my talking about how just being a dreamer isn't going to lead to anything is probably not helping. Because they just want to dream and they don't care about succeeding. There's no plan to succeed. So when I present that to them, they see that and it makes them unhappy. That's probably fair. That's probably a bad thing I'm doing for them. I look at it as tough love and they look at it as me crapping on their dream. Yeah, probably. I think I'm just going to merge this together and call it square. Splines are wonderful, but I mean, each of these splines is a draw call for between every single spline point there, so you really don't want this to be a thing. Hear me out, it's kind of bad. Yeah, I've fallen into so many traps. It's just... I think that besides make a game dev doc, the advice I give to every new person into getting into game dev, do a game jam. Do something with a time limit, because it wasn't until I did a game jam that I really broke the dreamer mold. Before that, I never had a concept of needing to finish. It wasn't until the game jam that made Poppet Quest for RPG Maker, the original concept game, that I was ever forced to produce something. And even now, I should have a hard time limit for this game, but unfortunately my health problems keep screwing that up. I did have hard time limits, but it's hard to keep to those when you're having issues even walking. So, you know, yeah, but you should have hard time limits. And the concept of what the minimum viable product is, because you can always release it with a minimum viable product, but you know, if you have the best game ever but it's only like a third done, you really can't release that. You make a demo, I guess. If you put it in early access, you can always just, you know, release it later. 16 things, or we'll just make one. Oh, and if you're curious, when I first started using Unreal Engine, and Remember Tomorrow was the game I was making in that too. So just in case you didn't think I made enough mistakes with that stupid game, I made him in this engine too. And that game did teach me a lot. That's true. That haphazard mess that... Yeah. At the very least, a lot of the assets from that are being used in this. Like, I was able to take a lot of the money that I'd blown in that game and use it here, so I got that much out of it. So there's something to be said for at least that. And some of the character designs, like Tinka, got stolen from it because, well, I mean, I liked her design. I wasn't going to waste her on nothing. Oh, wait. Actually, I can just borrow from there. It's fine. There aren't many videos of me messing in Unreal Engine with that game, though. That was during some of the earlier health problems. That was the time when I learned that having a giant open world map was cool and all, except for then you had to fill it full of content. It was like 2 miles square, and it turns out that's such a big map to fill with content. It didn't match the gameplay at all either. I had no idea what I was even doing. It was so dumb. Just make this big map because you could. Now I see people do exactly that too all the time, so it's pretty common. The oh look, I can make a big map, so I just did. Yes, Unreal Engine will let you make the giantest map ever, but filling it full of content takes a long time. Oh, this is actually in the wrong room anyway. Oh, she's in the wrong one there. Not there. Yeah. Both these are not even in the right room. Nice. Anyway, that was like my super long-winded story. I can go really in depth if you're really bored and want to hear the whole story of all the mistakes I made. I still plan on making use of some of the characters in this, though. That'll happen. Problem is, it doesn't cross over that well with them being in the same world, so... That story didn't have a bunch of dolls. So it doesn't really help me a whole lot to add a bunch of dolls. Or to use the characters. Actually, no, maybe the real thing I should be saying that people should do, the motivator that every person new to game dev should do, is the thing where you look at your favorite game, whatever game inspired you to do game dev, and you look at the credits and you count every person ever involved in making that game. And then at the very end you ask yourself if you're equal to that many people. And if the answer is no, then you should make a smaller game than whatever you just saw. You could also look at the budget for the game and how long it took them too, just to make it even more fun. In case you need that extra demotivator, I got you. Oh, I hate the feeling of this eternity feeling that these grades cause. Oh god, it's horrible. It just feels like you're running into forever. It's not because there's a wall there, but it still feels like it. probably just want to shut off this side so you can't just jump out this way. No, you could just jump out this way. Also, I don't have the thing far enough over. That's why I'm blocking volumes, because without those, you float. And I can't have that. I remember I once said these had no purpose. Then I made grades. Maybe that's the YouTube content I should make. The game dev demotivator content. Where instead of trying to offer tutorials or whatever, I just, you know, show people that their dreams might be ridiculous. It's funny. Don't think I make a lot of friends. Well, I get some people probably laughing at it, to be honest. I'm sure I can make it entertaining. A lot more entertaining than tutorials. Usually I don't see a lot of point in tutorials by making them, because there's already so many for the engine. Like, you don't really have to look very far to find an infinite supply of tutorials. After all, how do you think I learned, right? Like, any tutorial I make has probably already been done like 9 million times over, it seems like. I could be wrong, but I didn't really have a problem finding a tutorial for just about anything I ever wanted. I always crack up when I see that people are just basically copy-pasting each other's tutorials. And I could demotivate people. Imagine the number of games I could stop being made. I mean, you know. I did take the name Imaginary Villain. I'm just saying. I get to be a villain, right? Because it's in the name. Nobody gets to be upset that I'm a villain at that point. Is that how it works? I warned them. It's in the name. This little setup over here is weird. Is this where I want it to end? So currently my big argument is, do I want the grades to go out this way and not into a central thing? And do I want it to go down through the ground? I will have to redo this floor, but the floor is currently a geometry brush, so it's very easy to just put a hole in the floor right now. If I want to do that. But if I do that, where does it go? I mean, if I do a city, it's perfectly steampunk city. It's perfectly fine for me to have pipes running through a steampunk city, right? Because it's a steampunk city. Of course, there's pipes running through it. Whereas with a giant chessboard, it's not really a reason to have pipes. I did consider having something for people to play and everything. You know, just a giant chessboard might be an attraction. Just one of the rooms it has. I'm not gonna lie to you. If somewhere had life-size chess pieces for me to play with, or, well, I guess one's big enough that I could pick up, but not like so big I couldn't move them, I'd play with them. I mean, yeah, I saw a chess set where the chess pieces were like, I don't know, a few feet high. They're basically like, you know, they would have basically gone to my waist, I guess. Not even that. Like they've been about as tall as my legs. Anyway, they were huge. I was like, wow, this is so cool. It was like $1,400, so I wasn't gonna buy it or anything, but it's cool. Imagine one that was actually like human size, though. Pretty sweet. Well, if I went down below this, I can't really go this far down. It'd have to be like... I mean, unless there really is just water going like underneath the building. Like maybe it's pulling water from the ocean. But I guess it doesn't have to be that relevant where the water is coming from, because after all, do you know where the water comes from at your house? Do you see where the pipes are under the ground? Probably not. It's coming from the ground somewhere, right? Maybe it's some public water supply. Maybe you have wells or whatever, but you don't go underneath the ground to find them. So I could technically just run a pipe all the way down. And that would be acceptable. But if I did this, it'd be pretty centrally located, I imagine. I mean, not actually probably near the walls. I mean, optionally, I could just have it go completely through this floor down into... Yeah. I almost rather have pipes. Just a pipe straight down. We probably want to have multiple ones like that are yanking water down. Like that, so it looks like the water's going somewhere. That true? Why don't you just grab this same crap and use it again? Oops. If I move this over, I guess not. It's just kind of awkwardly placed. Should be more like this. Actually, I didn't need both these. One of them would have been fine. It's actually a lot easier to plan where things are going to be now that I have like a goal of making it actually go somewhere. Like at first it was just haphazard and random and I was like, oh, that's so cool. And then I was like, well, what does this even do for me? The answer, not a lot. I figure it only needs to make enough sense to the casual observer, not like an engineer or something. Because I'm only trying to make it like, you know, something that Poppet could accept was real. Not something that is, you know, would legitimately work. She's not an engineer, she doesn't know. To her, it would make sense that it works. Perfectly fine. She's like, okay, that works. What does she know? Probably not a lot. When it comes to that. So I don't want to redo these anyway. These were just a thing I'm stretching over and over anyway. That does kind of put it right in front of the thing here. But these pipes could be along the ceiling here. They don't actually have to go far down, so I might not even need to change this room at all, as long as the pipes go somewhere logical. You can't go here. I still gotta run power cords to things too, because there's no power cords. We're not worried about safety. I did lots of research on stuff in like the 1910s, 1920s, and I can tell you right now, safety was not something they were concerned with. No. It was pretty adorable how unsafe everything truly was. I was like, man. It's a good thing all those rocks are there to cushion your fall from that 20-foot drop. You know, that was... Children's playgrounds were one of the things I did a bunch of research on, and I can tell you right now, oh god. But to be fair, it wasn't that long ago that that was how playgrounds were, because, you know, when I was growing up, we definitely had all kinds of small rocks to land in. Off of those swings and the monkey bars and everything, and they weren't 20 feet up, but I guess the swings could be. You can get that high on a swing. It was possible. So, I mean... You know... Huh. I feel old. Why I gotta be so old, right? There's enough space for all these. No, there's not. If I moved him over, I could pull it off. I might not cap these. I might send the water to other rooms too. Like potentially I might remove this stuff here and then send the pipes through here or something. And not have these troughs in these other rooms. I know this has kind of become my de facto water filtration thingy or whatever. Don't ask how the fish don't die in this. I have no idea. Like, it's supposed to be giant aquariums. I guess to be fair, Poppet just killed all of them, yeah. They can end up in the tiny bit of water at the bottom. I'm not like a total savage, I guess. It's kind of a little, very little water for them, though. I'm not sure what to do about fish, too. Like, that's another thing I need to figure out how I'm going to put them in here. My answer is... we'll get there. I'm probably just going to put some sort of collisions under here so you can't fall between them. I might also recolor some of this stuff too, and grab some of the other steampunk stuff I got to make dreams come true. I gotta do something cool with this. Can't just leave it as it is. I'm gonna have to block these with something else though, so I don't let you go down into this area anytime soon. Or this has to lead somewhere that I don't care if you reach. Like a secret area. Which might happen. Like I might put one of these as destroyable and make all the other ones indestructible. These are my indestructible grates if you're curious. I might be making these indestructible for the moment. Until I come up with a better idea on how I'm going to do it. Or maybe I'll make some way to destroy the indestructible grates. I mean, the player doesn't know they're supposed to be indestructible. Maybe some other thing gets you the ability to destroy them later. They're pretty white in this light, though. It's supposed to be a metal color. Might make them black or something. I do want to have lots of secret areas you come back to, so there's a good likelihood that I'm gonna do something with those spots, or some of these spots. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. Definitely have to remake this. This also needs to be pushed down some too, for that matter. Or not. Oh, I did fix it. Okay. Weird. Not sure what the gameplay loops to this is going to be quite yet. Like just the actual room loop, I should say, not really the gameplay loop, but just the room itself, but it's actual how I'm going to gamify. That's what I'm looking for. That's the term I want. It's missing something, but well, it's missing a clear plan for what I want to do with it. Fair enough. I'm failing at making less geometry brushes, by the way. In case you weren't curious, it's failing. Way too tall. On the plus side, I can combine this one pretty quickly. I'd just like to point out that this one doesn't hit the floor, by the way. It should actually be this tall. That's actually probably more fitting, to be honest. But I kind of cloned this a bunch of times over, so I wonder if I shouldn't just keep the same height on that and say screw it. No need to remake it. Looks like it gets all the way to the bottom. Why does it seem like this one is so much taller? I guess it is. Huh. Perhaps I should make them all the same height here, yeah? I didn't realize this one was so much lower. See how laggy these are making it? It could work. Then not to redo these ones, I just kind of run with it. It's like slightly too tall, I think. Out there. We'll be leaving this one for long. Oof, man. Huh. Well, Twitch died off horribly, but... Oh, because of ad break. Man, Twitch's new ad system is horrific. Where they force you to watch the ads, and if you don't watch the ads, then it just sits paused on that screen forever. And then, like, everyone who was watching you is no longer watching you. It's dumb. Like, it's like Twitch just wants to kill themselves off. I never fault anyone for blocking ads on Twitch, let's put it that way. I don't really fault through blocking ads anyway. More excited that you're here to chat with me or here to watch me than I am about what tiny pittance they give for ads on Twitch and the complete lack of ad rev I even get on YouTube. So like YouTube just keeps all that, so it doesn't matter to me. Block away, haha, I don't care. I gotta get rid of some of these, there's too many of them. Pretty good. Actually, now I'll get this. Make new ones. It's gonna get real ugly before it gets better. Supposed to duplicate it. These are doubly bad, you know, in that you can't even use them in data layers either, so they're just kind of there the whole time, on top of being incredibly heavy. So you're never supposed to leave them, but they're really good for building. Like, you'll make your initial area and it'll be cool. But you see how jerky and everything gets with them around. This one doesn't even match. I could also push the pipes up if I wanted to. Look at this machinery room. Oops. Not clicking all them would let me delete those ones. Nope. Whatever, I guess I just do it this way. These can be any size, I don't care. Might just grade it off too, but I think I'm just gonna merge these just to get rid of these things. I have so many brushes now at this point, it's just getting stupid. I can actually close up, I'll get rid of a couple layers I'm not using, because it's gonna make it laggy. I don't need this crow's nest, gangway. Not even my thing anymore. I do want that one. Guess I could reduce the number of crap being loaded so I don't have lag issues. Or less lag issues, I guess. I mean, I could use stuff in the engine room. I need to make a lot more machinery, I think, for this game. I'm not gonna do that right now, because I don't have any good ideas for machinery on us at the moment. You want to get technical, I just don't have good ideas. Sometimes I have great ideas. It's not now. $40 brushes. Value right there. There's a wreck. I keep messing it up. Am I gonna run any other ones? I could run a pipe out over here, but the problem is there's a door here. Pipes can also come out of here too. But I probably shouldn't have merged all this together if I was gonna do that. So in reality, that was probably dumb, but that's okay. And this table's in a weird location, I guess, but it doesn't really matter. I have all the stuff from this thing that I need to merge together and make my own stuff, like make more steampunk thingies. I just never have. It's just because, well, there's a lot to do, and yeah, you know, eh. I want to stand up for a second a bit here at almost 4 hours. I want to merge these walls together though, so many. Unfortunately now the ground is full of a bunch of them, and unless I'm going to make a bunch of different floor tiles, I'm going to have to keep remerging it. Maybe I should do that. Like break the floor up so I'm not going to keep making it over and over. God, this feels like this should all be underground. Like that this entire section here should actually be like at ground level. Like this should be the ground level. And then I have higher things up. I really don't want to do that. Like you have the pools in the bottom, you have Toy City above or something. But then you end up going up and down all the time. Like right now there's a very logical start from the top and work your way down. And I don't have to explain to the player that that's what they're doing. If I have to make them go back and forth between the areas, that'd be less good. Because I'd have to explain to them, hey, you gotta go this way, which just makes no sense why that would be the case. A change like that would be a really big deal. I don't know if I want to do that, but just imagine if all these pools are just in the ground. You go underground in order to view these things. That would be so much more logical. It would literally just be let's grab the city and move up. It would just be like this. And everything from that point on would be underground. Hopefully. And then you have to have floors above if you were going to do that. Doesn't even really match the ground that well up here. But how much more sense would it make if these pools were in like the ground? Like a ground floor of this pool would make complete sense. And then you just be going underground even farther. How much do I value you looking outside? That's really what it is. It's just how much do I think you looking outside is cool? I would probably want to take this up and put it above. Or just keep building farther into the ground. But I'd want the pools to basically be at the bottom and then kind of all sorts of construction thingies below it. And then the floor above, because that would make sense, you know, going underground to see these would be pretty cool. This even being the lower decks would fit too. That would take a huge amount of reworking though for some things for it to make sense like that. I'll have to think about it because I don't know. Like if I'd originally planned the building that way, it'd been a different story, but I don't know if I did that. I'd have to rework so much, and I just don't know if I have it in me to rework all that just for that, even though it would make a lot more sense for those pools to be there. A lot more sense. Including having an underground system for all this other stuff too. Indeed. So then all this just be deep underground. Then the underworld being underground make a lot more sense too. If I just hot swap this thing with the bottom top thing here. It's not really built to connect like that. There's no way up from here. Because I didn't build for it. But there could be. There definitely could be. Then you have the weird go up, go down type of setup there where it's like, does this make any sense? Like, just perpetually going down again, it makes so much more sense. And the layout of the game is kind of already there, even though some of it makes very little sense that the pools would be on the second and third floor. Obviously, that's incredibly dumb. Why would you ever build like that? And I'm not going to make them 3 floors tall. Most of them are only 1 floor tall. It's just that the room it's in is usually 2 floors tall. Except the sunken depths, which is 1. I think just on the justification that I don't want to redo everything, that it just stays as it is and I just suck it up. Otherwise, I'd try to find some doorways into this particular area, which honestly wouldn't be that incredibly hard. I mean, this goes right into here, so it could easily be that. Actually, this room is... well, this is where the windows are, so actually it would have to be like right through a different area a bit. I didn't realize how poorly this aligns with there. I guess to be fair, this aligns pretty poorly too. It's actually all very poorly aligned except for the bottom one. Just taller than all the others. Yeah, I don't know. I might take a quick break and wander around for a few minutes. It's been like 4 hours streaming, and if I don't stand up and move around, I'll start to feel like crap. So don't have back and neck issues, okay? Just trust me on this. It's bad news. Nighttime looks better though. Then I'll probably merge together a bunch of these brushes since I can't really do the fight against Sally if it keeps lagging like crazy. So, yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. What I probably should do is optimize the crap at everything. Because right now it's at that point where it doesn't run very well. I got like another hour and optimize a bunch of things just so I can stop making my game run so badly. Geo brushes are fantastic and responsible for how I managed to do a lot of the art in the game, a lot of the building anyway. Man, they are heavy. Also, these things add the magician room. Let's just do them all, shall we? Not sure how I feel about these things, but at the very least I can take this wall and complete it. Should stop hiding the chat. I keep doing that. Not that anyone is currently talking, but yeah. Need 2 more wish lists to get to the 200. It'll be quite the milestone. Of course, I talked to some guy who had 500 wish lists, and he said he sold 50 whole copies of his game. So if 1 in 10 wish lists means, that means 20 copies of the game. I know it'll be more than that because there's already more people in the Discord who want the game than that, but Jesus, could you imagine? I would quit game dev. I would accept that I was not very good at making games and just move on if that was how it worked. Hey, Hack the Dot. Doing pretty good. I'm making all kinds of stuff. Mostly I'm getting rid of all these geo brushes that are everywhere because I have been a bad boy and just leaving them. How's stuff going with you? Bad? I see. Well, I'll refrain from saying that's not good. And, you know, what's going on if you want to say anything? Oh, God, I don't know. It's been just me talking to the ether for a while lately today. Plenty of people watching on YouTube, but 15, but they ain't talking. You too done coding, lack of motivation? Been there. Sometimes you just got to take a day or two off of it, you know? Let inspiration flow in after you've had a break from it all. I want to change my work, but I don't doubt my skills. What I want to do? Yeah, have fun. Like a week? I mean, there are points where I take some time and don't do things. I mean, I enjoy what I do, but sometimes I don't have good ideas. Usually that's when I sit there and take my project and try to pare it down as much as possible. When I can't think of anything good new things to add, I start removing the crap that doesn't work. Try to structure it as much as possible. Basically, I turn into project manager mode. Something the project has needed for a very long time. People like to say project managers suck, but let me tell you, they make certain stuff get done. So what do you want to change your work to? What are you doubting yourself on? Where the hell is this at? I'm gonna turn the lights on. I can't see. Everything's too dark in this game. I wish I had so many better plans when I started this game. Oh my. Mainly working your website projects. My game engine lately. Kind of miss making games too. Fair. I find a lot of coders kind of fall into the trap of making really cool toys and forget that they were supposed to make a game. Unless you're not, intending to make a game, obviously, then it's a different story, but for a lot of them, myself included, I've fallen down that trap for quite a while. It's like, this is so cool! But I didn't make a game with it, I just made something cool that's not useful for anything besides me if I ever make a game. I work in a little shop that sells stuff like printers, papers, and stuff. I want to go for a coffee barista. Or from both. Coffee barista is an interesting change. I mean, what, it works. 1 minute left. Oh. Oh, we need ads. Gross. Ugh. Which one is this that I put a hole in here? Oh yeah, you. Am I going to make any changes to this, or am I just going to call it square for now and move on? I'll probably call it square and move on because it's easier to just come back and add a new wall when I get around to it. This whole area is just kind of a dumpster fire, and yeah. This floor is actually all pieces too, so it's actually really easy to move things around, and I should have done this with every floor, to be honest. It's hard to arrange them all, though. Oh, looks like you're back. And Twitch ads are just... Like, I like that I get paid a little bit by Twitch, but it's such a piddly amount that if people want to watch me on YouTube or on Kick, I understand. Because, I mean, it's such a piddly amount that it's like, okay, cool. Welcome back. But you're already back. According to Twitch, you already were, but Twitch is awkward with their things where they're saying, there's an ad running. And then people are like, there's no ad, no be recording. And they'll be like, not say there's an ad, and then suddenly there's an ad, and it's stupid. Anyway, coffee barista is a weird choice. Why do this? I have questions. Am I gonna change this up ever? I guess I could just make them simple walls and move on. That's fine. This is too many of these dumb things. Here's a copy? Well, that's fair. You'll get a lot of copy there. Usually they have cheap, if not complimentary, stuff when you work there. Of all the jobs I've ever wanted to do, food service is most certainly not one of them. Of any sort, no thank you. The closest I've ever been is I worked at a video store a very long time ago when those still existed. And I hated customer service in that too. I guess incorrect, I do trades and online sales, so technically I do customer service, but not quite the same way. I didn't think you needed experience in that. I think that you just get hired because you are willing to take a minimum wage job. Oh, since you live alone, you like customers? That's fair. Sometimes when you're living alone, at least I've discovered, you want the human contact. It's sad, but you'll get to that point where you just want to talk to anybody. That's just how it is. It just happens. I know when I lived alone, I would go out a lot more, and now that I have a roommate, I don't go out hardly at all because I have someone to talk to. Also, when I was living with a girlfriend, I barely went out too then. I just need to have no one around. Then I'm like, oh, I need to talk to someone, anyone. Production wall, I guess. Sure. These just have to be passable because I'm going to come back and rework this room big time later. I spend most of my time on call with my girlfriend. We don't live together, sadly. See, she was talking alone. I mean, you know, I talk to people who are, you know, in the stream. But I have a roommate, so, you know. I still get, you know, human interaction. Not a lot. But, you know, it's enough that I have someone to chat with. But chatting and stream's fun because, you know, now I don't look crazy when I talk to myself. Why didn't I just make this one and cut a piece out of it? Whatever. I don't know why I did it this way. I do miss having, going out more, I think. I should probably do that. I consider focusing more on my regular job because it actually makes this thing called money. I mean, as much as I like streaming and game dev, the simple reality is I had to dial it back because I couldn't afford to do it as often as I was doing it. Because I don't get paid for it, not really, so my regular job pays way more, and I should have just always done that. I don't know why I don't always just do that. Crazy, I guess. Well, if you're ever in Northern California, look me up. 9 times out of 10, I usually just drink at home because the simple reality is it's so expensive to drink out in California that it's like, the same thing that cost me like $1.30 or something like that will cost me like $5, $6, $7, $8 outside. And it's the same thing. This is literally brewed in the city. That's why I get it. It's cheap because they don't have to take it very far. Yeah, and I don't see myself being in Europe anytime soon. I hate to break it to you. All those health problems have made traveling kind of not something I do. I've never actually been out of the country. I've only ever been to Washington, Oregon, Nevada, and California. No real reason other than I haven't felt a desire to go anywhere else. I mean, I lived in the Portland metro area for a while, so I lived in Oregon for about a year. And when I was there, I went and visited a friend up in Spokane, Washington. I got really close to the border of Idaho. I've been to Reno, Nevada. I've never been to Carson City. I've never been to Vegas. I don't gamble, so Vegas never excited me very much. People are like, you can go to shows. Yeah, well, I need other people to want to go to shows because I'm not going by myself. I don't like to travel alone. I don't. I need a reason to go places, and if I have no reason, I won't. That's a big thing of how I am. I need a purpose. With purpose, I'll do anything. Without purpose, oof. Yeah, I don't see myself going to Europe. Well, I don't really know if I ever planned on going to Europe, to be 100% fair. There was a time. They've had a lot more strife lately, and I don't like places with strife, so I ain't as excited as I once was. I was like, it's also expensive. I'm like, what was I even doing? I forgot. Whenever it comes to a vacation, I have a hard, time not just convincing myself to reinvest the money. Because, well, if I invest the money, then I end up not having to work as often. So I basically never spend money if I don't have to. Even this, I'm justifying it with, belief that I'm going to make more money off it someday, so I'm investing in it. That belief gets a little less every day. It's not true. It actually probably has gone up, but, it's a long road for this project. Can't believe I thought I'd get it done in 3 years. I probably could have without the health problems. If I was younger, that'd probably help. Let me tell you about how game dev is really not the healthiest thing to do. Weirdly enough, if I had just decided to continue with my magic thing, I'd have done a lot more traveling. The magic trading was is still good. I mean, I worked like 2 hours today, made like $120. Why am I streaming again? It's not for the money. This is for certain. It's definitely not for the money. I mean, I love anyone who supports me. That's great. And it just adds to the game and everything. But yeah. Oh, I don't need to do that. I want the game to be great. But I need, like, there's no point in early access until you have enough wish lists to, like, people that are paying attention to it. It's actually really bad in early access. What you want to do is play tests first, because Steam gives you a bunch of traffic every time you do a public playtest. And then you want a demo, because that'll give you more traffic. And then you want to do a next fest, because that'll give you even more traffic. And then you early access it. Because if you early access it, you can't do any of the things I just mentioned. You just can't do any of it. You just lose out on all that publicity. And I don't even want to, you know, kick the game out the door without 10,000 wish lists. It depends. From the public playtest, I'm going to do private playtests before I do that. So it'll depend on what happens with those before I do anything else. I was working on chapter 1 and doing, like, refining it, but I spent so long refining it, messing with it, that I was starting to feel like I was never going to work on chapter 2. So I took a break from that to get some chapter 2 in there, so it feels like I'm progressing the game. I don't know, just depends on whenever I want to do some things. I had to resolve a lot of problems with the game, so just in the basic concepts of progression, and some of the abilities just play weird, and I had too many, and lots of things are getting kind of restructured a bit. Didn't see much point in people playtesting it until all that was more solidified, so I had something that I wanted them to playtest, wanted their opinion on. If something's broken, I don't want your opinion on the broken thing. That's not going to help me. That's a terrible plan. How to do this one? I don't know. There's basically a couple rooms. Well, yeah, I can do as many as I want. But what I've learned is that people really don't want to test the same thing over and over. Like, you'll find the occasional person who's like, you know, wants to be a homie and just really do it over and over, but for the most part, people test it once. But I also want, you know, valuable playtests. Like, I don't want you to playtest a broken thing. There's no point in doing that. I'd rather you just playtest something that is not broken. And that's kind of what I'm worried about right now. And it's like, okay, well, these things are going to keep changing, and if I'm going to change it anyway, yeah. So, like, the addition of the terraform thing, which lets you have, like, use lots of abilities at once, really helped the game out. Like, it was a little strange, but it solved a lot of issues with the controls. Because as it stood, there were 66 abilities. And of the 66 abilities, like, I had them mapped to 3 different keys, one for each ability for the tarot card, and then there was like a jump key and a dodge key, and you couldn't use any of them like together, like, because, oh, you could use jumpers, but you couldn't use the other tarot cards with. So certain abilities force you to switch specifically to a tarot card, even though it was like inconvenient. So like you couldn't use the magician with the Hierophant. So I couldn't have things that were possessed and then have you manipulate objects and telekinesis at the same time. These didn't exist. It made balancing it really hard because of all the different, you know, costs on everything. Now that most of the costs are put towards the tarot form. Like, while you're in that, there's a cost on the curse the whole time. And then the other things are just like free. And then certain abilities became, like, right now the controls are, one button uses your abilities. One button activates tarot form, which then changes what the abilities are on the main one. You have jump and dodge. So it's like 4 buttons. And then there's a couple buttons to shift between the tarot cards faster if you want. And a crouch button, I guess, but overall, it plays better and there's less shifting around through the cards, so you can do it faster. So doing that made a big difference. Having an actual level progression that I could balance around, which I didn't have until in the last 3 months. It's I I need to make new menus to match these things too, because I changed them, but I haven't really made menus that match it. And there's no instructions on what to do as far as what the abilities do, anything like that. And the tutorials are all wrong now. So I need to do that and fix those. Other than that, like, those things solve so many problems. If I'm not including any story, I can do playtests much sooner than that. I'll just have a brief blurb saying what would have been in the story there, and then you just, so you have an idea where you need to go. And get to the story later. But I'm much closer to the playtest now. I just, like I said, got tired of doing chapter 1 and feeling like I was never going to progress past chapter 1, so I started working on chapter 2 much harder. It really just came down to that. I just was so worried that I was never going to progress. That's really what it felt like was happening. That Elements is weird. Huh. I want to have more wish lists. Hey, Applebee, how's it going? As far as wish lists go, I'm at 198 right now. That's fair. I mean, like I say, 10,000 wish lists before I really want to release anything. I just... It's hard to get wish lists otherwise, and... I just don't see how the game even has a chance of success if it has so few. And I'm sure the tests and Next Fest and stuff will help. I really do think that it'll be a big deal. But I have a while to do it too. Except the private playtests will happen sooner rather than later. And I was going to do those mostly locally and then see how it goes. Yes. Make more pub? I mean, you gotta tell more people about it, sure. Someone's big as Shroud plays it, would that help? I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would. Anyone, even if, like, you know, if even some of the people I know just in who stream game dev streamed it, there's plenty of them that are interested. You know, if they stream it, like, they'll probably combine for, I don't know, 500 or 600 concurrent users watching. You know, the ones who said they were interested. So, I mean, that's like the might of one, like, you know, major streamer right there. And just the friends I made along the way, right? And I plan to, you know, let a lot of them try it. I mean, you know, for certain. If they're still interested by the time I release it. I haven't talked to a lot of them in a while. Almost all of them expressed interest at some point. But yeah, anyone who wants to, you know... Like, I wouldn't hand a big streamer one of the playtest versions. I'd want to hand him something closer to the demo. Because I don't want to show a broken game to as many people as possible. That isn't going to work out in my favor at all. Like, I'd prefer people not stream the playtest, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't mind them, like, do a private recording so I can watch, but... I don't know, maybe I would care. Maybe I'm fine with them streaming the playtest because people watch me building it, and as long as it's made, you know, apparent to people that it's an alpha build and that it's like not even content complete, it would be fine. It's if people think it's like the complete game and it's a broken mess, that's not going to go over well. So I just need to make certain that's how it goes. Twitch doing yet another ad? Okay, I thought it was. It actually is on my little test thingy. I keep a tablet open to watch if Twitch is doing ads. So I don't know if you saw an ad or not, Applebee, but you know. If you did, let me know, and I'll repeat stuff, what I remember anyway. I say all these things, but I don't remember all the things I say. So true. Actually, you're on both. You subbed to me on, you know, on YouTube and commented on Twitch. I can't believe anyone would intentionally watch on Twitch over YouTube. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Like, I know it costs me money because Twitch does pay me that small amount, but I don't know how anybody watches on Twitch over YouTube. The ads on YouTube are so much less annoying. Plus, they're easier to block. No, I don't care if you block the ads. Go nuts. Block them if you want. It's fine. I just care that people are watching. Not that I lose out on the, I don't know, 24, 30 cents they're going to give me tonight for streaming. Whatever piddly amount Twitch thinks they want to give me. Oh, currently it's 27 cents. Retirement money there, buddy. Like Thursday, they gave me 59 cents. Ooh, 59 cents. I think I streamed 4 hours that day. It's pretty bad. Like, I'm actually tempted to just give up monetization on Twitch just so people don't have to watch the ads. Because it's such a little amount of money that it doesn't really matter. Get a Patreon or something going. Yeah. Tempting. I guess I could just call this as it is. I don't really care that much about this one. I'm probably going to change it anyway. I just need this to not lag the crap out of the game. Because this will be wherever the boss is, I'm assuming, or I'm going to do something with it. So I don't know, since I'm going to include Patrick. Yeah. Like, that's the only upside to Twitch, is that I get a bunch of emojis that I get to use in other people's chats. And I'd be lying if I said I don't block ads on Twitch. I certainly block the ads on Twitch. Once they started forcing me to watch the ads and I couldn't even have it on a separate thing, I couldn't be watching on this, like, you know, have it on the side screen while Zoom at work. That's just not okay. It is 100% not okay. I literally have it up while I'm working. I'm not going to tab over that. Stop my work just for your ads to run. They're literally visible. Doesn't matter. It's like, nah, man, nah, we ain't doing this. But I do get emojis to use in other people's chats. That part's kind of cool, I guess. I don't even really want this loaded in. I might just start putting less windows. This room has too many windows. You can see too many things. It's making it too heavy. I should probably put a black thing over this so you can't see into the safari room. Also, these don't even attach. Nice. Oh, never mind, they attach. It's just it's not loaded. Okay, some of these tracks are freaking terrible. And they just need to be removed from the world. Like this one. Makes me hate myself. I'm not even a big fan of this one, to be honest. It's less annoying than the other thing was. I'm less excited by the slow stuff that just... Actually, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know. Just random things. Just... Anyway, I was working on this and I got sidetracked again. Just make sure this hole lines up. That works. The pipes are going to be a lot more meaningful, especially in these later rooms, and I'm probably going to rework some of the pipes in these other rooms. It just made no sense. Though I don't know, sometimes gameplay has to make the pipes a little nonsensical just because it's more fun, so... Huh. Well, let me tell you about how that's a stupid place for that. I keep making all these changes, but... I really haven't looked. Takes so long to select them all. I don't know what it is about this particular level and why it takes forever to select all the pipe things. Even if I actually select all the brushes, like even if I get rid of all of them, it still takes forever. I am tempted to move this all to a clean project because, you know, I've moved it between versions so many times and I can just, you know, migrate everything over and then re-adopt the same project settings. I'll have to do some recompiling, but it might improve some of the speed of things too. I'm probably gonna end up changing the crow's nest to something else. I think that I'm gonna turn this into more of the steampunk city area. I have a lot of space for it, but I also want to have souvenirs as a place and a security office as well, which now connects to the brig. This is very important. It would seem such a party foul to have the security office not connect to the brig. Kind of debating between Overwatch and Game of Thrones King's Road. I've never even heard of King's Road. I mean, what kind of game is King's Road? What dis? I have questions. Actually, I just had one. What dis? But, you know. It's a good question. Well, yeah, I know it's Game of Thrones game, but I mean, what style of game is like? Well, what is it? What do you do in it? Like, is it a strategy game? Is it like a open world RPG? I mean, is it a multiplayer game? I don't know what it is. I see. Okay, that's cool. Man, I'm so mixed on Game of Thrones as an IP. Basically, Mo. Oh, okay. Like people playing with you? Gross. Who does that? That's weird. We don't need no stinky people. Ear. I guess the question is, which would you rather play? What excites you more at the moment? Personally, I suggest game dev over everything else. Screw them all. Game dev for life. Alright, I gotta redo this entire floor, and I gotta decide exactly how many holes are going in this floor so I can finally solidify this monster. Gross. Alright, you should play it then. I mean, if it sounds fun. What's it like to play games? Maybe I should become like a game streamer where I just play games all day. I think I just wouldn't stream it, to be honest. I'm not sure I'd want to sit there and talk to people while I was playing my games. It would depend. It would depend. Because I remember all the times I used to hang out in, like, you know, like a friend's house in their living room. We got a bunch of friends over and I'd play. It was many years ago. But I think if I was going to stream a game, it'd be Magic. It'd be 100% be Magic. Because that was something that I was good at. I just haven't played in a long time. I guess I did play a game about a couple weeks ago. So that's the first game in like 5 years. But I was top 10 in California back when they did ELO. So it's not like I sucked at the game. So if I wanted to stream game, I'd probably do that and just sit there and try to get into LSV's server. Because he does team drafts that basically anyone in the server can join. And playing with a Pro Tour Magic player would be one hell of a boost if you wanted to be a Magic streamer. I don't want to be a Magic streamer. I'm just saying this is what I would do. Just in case you're curious, I don't actually want to be a Magic streamer. Just want to make my goddamn game. Don't people understand? Goddamn game. I'm gonna shrink this just because it's in the way for now. Yeah. Well, I mean, I trade the cards for a living. I've done it for a lot of years. Hell, if I wasn't stupid, I would have kept doing it and just I wouldn't have done like game dev, to be honest. The more you do it, the more you roll in the money, so it's like, why wouldn't you just continue? But I am dumb. Even now, after years of slacking on it and doing this, I still have thousands of dollars in cards from trading. I'm still living on it. Well, tomorrow someone's going to show up and sell me more cards. Buy them cheap. Pick them up at like 60% of their value. Resell them at 70 or 80. Or trade them. Get 110% of their value. It's a pretty good trade for people who just want the cards they want. Losing only 10% is a pretty good deal. There you going? See there? Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. Good luck with whichever game you end up going for. Hopefully the game is amazing. Man, I don't play them, but maybe. Alright, so I need these. I probably should just unite these ones together because this is. Well, this one I could probably not do that. Am I going to put any more pipes through here? That's what I'm trying to decide with this room here is how many more holes need to go through this wall because I don't want to keep remaking this wall. And I assume I want, well, right now the water goes through here. So technically the water just goes through this whole channel. And thus there's no, not a lot of need for additional pipes through. Except this water here makes no sense. So I probably should get rid of it knowing that. I just copy pasted things from a different room. But now it makes no sense that some of this crap is here, so... I could let you go in here before you go to Sally. But I just don't give you the broken compass key. Is there a point to that? Or do I like that she's kind of like the starting third of the thing, right? So I started breaking the areas into like threes, you know, the first boss, then like a Charlotte fight, and then the boss of the area. So, you know, just first boss, Charlotte, that. And the next area, same thing, first boss, Charlotte, that. So basically it's never just straight up boss, boss, boss. There's a Charlotte fight in the middle of it. Well, Charlotte messing with you. So that means that this kind of represents the next section. So it's kind of weird to let you go in at first, I think. I could give you a key, let you go back. Is there an advantage to that? A lot of it will come down to where the paintings are. Since I'm not letting you build a toy city anymore, that's also a thing to note. And where am I gonna... Oh yeah, I'm gonna have her inside the Annie's on inside the, every one at a time there's a store. I'll put Annie's on inside it. Seems fitting that in the store she sells you things as well. I think there's only going to be 3 Annie's ons. I guess there could be a secret Annie's on somewhere, but the issue with the secret Annie's ons is that I only have so much space in the game before you're going to get to the end game. And there's only so many things for it to sell. Essentially, everyone will sell like 3 to 4 tarot cards, and that's about it. Other than liking the idea that there wasn't much of a need to have them. Because there's not enough variety of collectibles, but there are 78 tarot cards in the game. So that is not 0, obviously. That's quite a bit. So I kinda don't wanna... I don't want to put too many of them in there, but it also reduces the number that is the burden on the rest of the game for how many are in each area, right? Because there's going to be like about 90 rooms. So 78 of them, I mean, only 12 rooms wouldn't have one at that point. That's a lot. And I don't think I want that to be the case because, well, I only have to give you the major arcana before the end half, or the end 2/3 of chapter 4. The rest of them, you can still get minor arcana after that, and I wouldn't care. I was going to cut a boss out of the game because it made no sense. Not that I can't have the boss, it's just there was no purpose to the boss. Like, there's only supposed to be 5 victims because it's based on Jack the Ripper. So it makes sense that there's 5. Plus, it's points on a pentagram, right? 5. So it's more fitting if I keep it at 5. And then there's the Charlotte fights, but she's obviously not included in that. She's not one of the victims because she's a ghost. There's 3 battles against her in that. So the bad ending is 8 bosses. So I don't need that much. I can probably resolve the bad ending before you even get to the basement. That's an interesting idea. Like, if I just say, hey, you know, by this point you'd have already fought 3 because Sally's the 3rd one. And I was probably going to replace TikTok Tilly with Snuggle Waffle because, quite simply, I don't have a model for Tilly, and I just have concept ideas. I do have a model for Snuggle Waffle, so I was just going to stick with that. And then there's just the Anna fight, and that's it. So it's just those 5, and so if I put Snuggle Waffle here, I mean, Anna could easily be down here in the city. That actually... How quickly do I want you to get the bad ending? I guess the question is just how much game do I want afterwards? Because I'd kind of like to, you know, really run with it, you know? Like once you're, you know, you have the world and everything like that, I want to give you some time to really enjoy it, you know? And to be fair, like, what, like Bloodstained... Well, actually, Symphony Night had the whole upside down castle after the bad ending. So, I mean, there was a big portion of the game. What if the entire basement, besides the engine room, was just straight up part of the better path? And I just resolved the entire bad ending up here by this first half here. The third Charlotte fight's the problem. I don't know where... You're supposed to do it beforehand. But I guess there's no reason you can't go to this side first. There's really nothing stopping you from being able to go, you know... Because you're going to pop out down here. Where are we at? I can't even tell where I'm at. You pop out down here, and you're right at the entrance. And these wouldn't be here, but because the lower decks is loaded up, it's causing those to be there. I think. Is that what's above me? Oh, that's because the lower decks is loaded in by, like, everything under the sun, right? So, like, this has it. And Hidden Grotto has it. I think the pump rooms have it, too. So many things are loading that in. Oh, Depths Control probably has it, yeah. So there's really nothing stopping you from going this way. If that's the case, then you could enter the Haunted Gallery really quickly. You know, I could actually do it like this. This way I don't get the copyright infringement potential option here. Because, you know, for Miss Pac-Man, you know, and she's Mrs. Pac-Man, right? So MRS. But Miss Pop-Man is not quite the same. But you clearly get the joke. I hope you get the joke. If you don't get the joke, I literally just told you. So you should get the joke at this point. Like, if you don't get it now, like... I don't want to give away there, but... You know. But logically speaking, if the basement entrance is over here, I would want, you know, you to resolve whatever battle here and then be rewarded with this being the way, like, to the next area. And originally the Anna fight was in the basement. But because I now have essentially one too many bosses, for the game to make a logical sense. Like, I'm gonna have secret bosses and secret stuff, sure, but I just mean for the main story. Like, there'll be secret crap, of course. This is Metroidvania. I love secret crap, but there weren't 6 victims, so I had 6 bosses set up because they were all gonna have like sub bosses, and that's how Patrick ended up there. We can fix Patrick. Let's put Patrick in a dress, no problem. But I could have the Anna fight over here. That would be... Does that work? So the pattern would then be go over here, get this, beat this crap, and then backtrack. Back through all this crap. Either through Toy City or through the train area. Probably through the train area, maybe. I don't know. Maybe this loop around to Toy City through here. I probably wouldn't have the Great Board anymore. It'd probably just be more Toy City thing like that, and then have Annie fighting here. Then I lose out on my Red Queen, but... Problem is, I like my little Red Queen. That's the issue. And I have some ideas for how her fight would go. I guess she could be in production or something, or like in that area. Doesn't seem very fitting. I just don't have any place to put her. It's really that simple. There's nowhere to put her. Philly would have made the most sense, but I just don't have a steampunky mechanical monstrosity girl or whatever. I just don't have anything made like that yet. I could come up with something, I'm sure, but do I want to make an entirely unique character? Or just use what I've already made, because I have plenty of entirely unique characters I've already made, so... I'll think about it. Anyway, I'll go back to this stuff, but... A lot of this is just planning it out, because I have no idea. So, rather than... stick around with it. I also think I might make souvenirs huge. Because it is like a toy store, right? Like, it's like a theme park with a toy... like... a theme park in like a building, basically like that, but it's... They sell toys. They have a couple restaurants and then a bunch of things. Even they sell tickets to get in, but this whole area could be one giant souvenir place because they would totally have a souvenir place that you could enter even if you didn't buy a ticket. Probably. I mean, I assume Disneyland does it like that. Like, you can probably buy souvenirs from Disneyland without actually paying for a park ticket. Maybe not. I don't know. I've been there one time when I was like 8. It sucked when I was 8, so I can't imagine it got any better. My fondest memory of Disneyland. Waiting in line. Because that's the only memories of Disneyland I really truly have. That's not true, but they're the most memorable part of it, where you spend hours waiting in line. This was when I was 8. I mean, this was like over 30 years ago. I shudder to think what it's like now. They should pay me money to go to that trash. That's what I'm saying. Gross. I think I'm going to call this particular thing fine, because I don't really see making any changes to it. I don't have any plans for it. It's probably 7. Yeah. Seems fine. Hits the ground, right? Sure. Yeah. So today's mostly about planning and fixing things so that it's not laggy. It was about fixing, you know, Sally. She's a playable fight at this point, which is fine. Like, she's not in her final form by any stretch, but as long as it's a playable fight, I can keep moving on, and that's good. That's my goal. Just get it to playable. Not fun necessarily, just playable. Though her fight's not unfun. It doesn't feel fair. I guess we'll call this a mini wall? I don't know, sure. Mini wall 1. I guess. Because it's hard to dodge all her stuff. I guess the best way to put it is the gameplay feel isn't good for the fight. Like, it's not unfun, it just doesn't feel good. It's completely lacking, but also the fact that there's no voice acting for Sally or anything probably doesn't help. 25. These things are multiplicative too, so each one you have makes them all slower. So you'll find that they start to respond faster because they have to calculate for every other one. Like I say, you can't do anything with them. They just pollute the world. I have to decide if I'm making any more holes. I mean, this could be like a production area too. There's nowhere producing toys so far. And it seems like you'd want to make that bigger than you think, but it could happen in the basement too. Having a restaurant on the side's pretty good idea, I think. That's might be a thing, but this could just be a production area. This whole thing could just be the production area. Like, I could do that and then turn this into a giant souvenirs. Remove this setup here and just put this over to the side and make souvenirs like that. And I could actually... make that the doorway to it too. Just like have this little be a doorway in there. Because right now there's a doorway there and this doesn't have a doorway like set up. It's... well, sorry, it doesn't have a walkway to it. So it could look nicer if that was the case. But again, I kind of want souvenirs to be enterable even if you aren't actually in the build, like if you haven't paid for a ticket. So maybe you have to pay for a ticket to enter. Maybe that's just how it is, except security. You can go into security. But in reality, security should actually not be there. Like, the ticket thing shouldn't block it. I didn't plan very well for this setup. I just was adding things in, and it's still conceptual at best. Like, I don't even know why the clocks are here, to be 100% honest. Also, these doors should probably open inwards. Right? Because if there's lines going, you wouldn't want that to be a thing. That's true. Well, now if you're entering this way, you want the lobby. I made a massive change in this setup here, so that is kind of problematic that I'm doing this now. I think it came out better in this regard. There's now like 3 different ways up and down, and this one's entirely for staff, essentially. But the Toy City doesn't really connect very well, so that's weird. I could just run with the pirates a little longer, I guess. Because I don't really want to redo this room. Pirate Cove. It already has a concept. Admittedly, it's not a very fun setup. Like, there's some interesting ideas up to stuff, and that's cool. But you really don't jump on very much of this. Like, these things suck for gameplay purposes. Like, there's occasionally a flat area, but then you have this crap, which isn't fun at all. But if they were like little steampunk city things like the buildings out here, these all have flat roofs on them, so you can easily just jump around on those. Well, mostly they're flat roofs. Plus I had pieces to make those. These other ones there are just solid things that I found in an asset pack and said, okay, cool, that's awesome. But as long as I basically put them in roughly the same area, and I could have the same shipwreck underneath, that's fine. I don't mind that. Look at that, I can still do it. So it would just be changing the buildings up here, and I guess as long as I made it where the buttons were around the same areas, I wouldn't have to make many changes. Like, I could just block things in approximately the same way. There's no easy way down though. That's kind of weird. Like the area wouldn't be connected with the other toy area, other Toy City area. Also, souvenirs would then be under a very large pool of water. Kind of weird indeed. Huh. I'll think about it. Man, having this tablet to show me how often Twitch is showing people ads is disgusting. It's just disgusting. It's just the most disgusting thing I've seen in ages. Let's certainly stick through. I swear the biggest advantage to streaming just literally comes down to it forces me to work on the game instead of taking breaks and doing other crap. Like if I'm not streaming this, the odds that I get sidetracked is pretty high. They should actually move over because they're overlapping. See, now I can actually start having more points to travel through these little troughs to get to places too. Which kind of makes me want to make more secret rooms that you can wander through and not have this set up as it is. Let's move this out of the way because it's weird. I kind of want to get rid of these pipes. I don't like them very much, and I kind of like the other pipes better that are just all over the place weird. What time did he say it was going to be here tomorrow, so I know when I need to actually wait for it? Wait, what? I'm going to try to arrange it for 3. Oh, I got a minion. No, I mean someone just waved him. See how it is? Being all friendly? Who does that? That's weird. Okay, well, I may have to wrap it relatively soon if I have to meet him tomorrow, because I want to make money. I like money. I gotta support my game somehow. As much as I enjoy the fat Twitch stacks of my cash, there's no fat stacks of cash. There's none. Not as up. Twitch does not give money. That's not how it works. Where's the thingy? Wait, it's way over there? Wait, what? Did I just delete every single thing on that? Is that what happened? I guess I can use this as a means of going over. Oh, yeah, like they're way over here. I guess I just deleted all the end pieces. I'll figure it out later. I'm more concerned about these brushes anyway. This one can be just united. I don't really care about this one. I decided to resplit this room back up. It just looked weird having the little kitchen area exposed to this area. This is going to be one of the restaurants with probably not a very big restaurant. I don't know. It'll be big enough, I guess. It's not that big of a game, okay? Like, it's also only in one building. It's a big building, though. I mean, it's 5 stories tall, and it's the size of a city block, so that's a big building. But I gotta get a lot in this building. So true. So true. I actually put this under A because I got tired of scrolling down to the bottom all these things to find, you know, all the static meshes. So that's why it's actually under A. Except when I scroll the Whimsy Wonders at the bottom there. Next time I name the building, I'm going to name it with something that's as early in the alphabet as possible. Avoid scrolling. I didn't realize it was something that mattered, but Whimsy Wonders was a very bad decision because it's basically at the end of everything, always. Bad decisions were made. We just use complex collision on these walls. There's just no world. Unfortunate for weather purposes, but we ain't doing weather, so I don't care. Yeah, this wall. I gotta make decisions on this room. I just don't know yet. It's just, am I going to put one more pipe through it or not? And if I do, where does it go? Because I mean, I could. It is like 4 different geo brushes. There's only 23 left. Unfortunately, most of them are in the ground. Like, once I ignite this thing, it's going to be the biggest FPS bump. I could probably get away with this if I'm not going to put any more holes through it to here. And I don't think I am. I don't know why I'd run pipes into the restaurant here necessarily from the water area. I guess power cables could go places. I'll probably end up cutting power cables all over the place, but those can also be in the wall too. This is more like a waterworks park, by the way. There's so much water in here. It's because I needed a way to provide threats to Poppet. So water became the easiest threat. Logically not an ideal threat, but whatever. I'm gonna keep the 2 elements on this one. Where are you? Am I like blind? Feel blind. I just couldn't find it for the life of me there. I guess it just wasn't on the list. How we doing? It's getting a little faster. Maybe I was just blind. They had a wall before. That wall was less good. Okay, well, I don't want this material. Ooh. Snap, crackle, pop. Pretty much. What the hell? Tripping out there. Get everything where it's supposed to be, so it's... These are loaded in the world the whole time, so I kind of want them to be in the H load. I don't care so much about the other stuff, but... And to be honest, if I want to be smart, I'd probably data layer portions of the building too. I should break the city into data layers as well, but... whatever. I could definitely optimize slightly more. There's a certain level of optimization that takes so long that isn't that worth it though. I'm gonna lock the transform on these so I don't have to deal with the moving anymore. I accidentally locked you, did I? Nope. Yeah, all this is just this bottom one here, so I just need to make certain that there's no additional things like that. Because there's a lot of holes in this. I guess I could just copy paste all the ones over to the other map. I could copy paste the whole thing. Make certain everything's in the right order, and then just have a duplicate on another map. My construction yard. The construction yard's getting pretty ridiculous with how many things, but some things I never want to have to rebuild completely from scratch. And I probably don't need to ever rebuild the building again, but that's not necessary. I might put little holes in the outskirts of the building, so I can do that too. So I just kept things like that. Same with this floor. I have a copy of this floor there, but I don't have all of it. I have some of it. But I could get every piece of it and put it over there, and then I can just merge it together. And then if I decide to make any changes, I can just redo it again. Can these be in a level instance? These are actually really close together, by the way. I didn't do a very good job of moving them apart. Too late now. Because they match up with this, and I'm not doing anything else. I'm not changing that. 10. Jesus, there's so many. What's going on with you? Oh, it's just a wall on there. I thought that was an additional one there. It's like, no. "13 of them so far? Jesus. It's almost every remaining one. It's only 8 left that aren't this. This will save my sanity later. As you can see, there's the third floor stuff. Probably delete all those and then paste these to the other third floor. Did I not grab everything? Well, it looks like I grabbed enough. So I can just paste them onto this, and it looks like they're maintaining the same location. Is that true? No. Not true. In fact, I didn't get all of them at all. Why didn't you copy paste everything? I have questions. It's like it's missing just the big one. I might call it after this. I don't really want to get no sleep before meeting someone and buying a bunch of cards. I did unselect that, it's weird. Should you do this? Then that you'll get everything but the newest stuff, right? Actually, wait. Let's just move all these to the other one. This is already like, you know, 10 of them, so if I just grab these, it's all of them. And I just move them all to the third floor and I just copy paste like that. Wait, which cylinder rest is this? Oh, there, okay, sure. I'm sure I'll end up putting more holes through this. Of course, I pasted them in the wrong priority, as usual. Man, it was wrong across the board. Jesus. Yeah, I don't get succeeded on anything but one of them. The good news is I just do this and cheat. A little dirty trick there, just duplicate them all and then they'll be considered last in the pecking order and thus they'll override the other. Then from there, you can just move to another directory while they're still selected and then delete the others really quickly. Done. There's a lot of brushes on this level. Okay, now with that I can easily just convert it over and not worry about it. And if I want to make changes, I can always pull it back over. I mean, nobody want to redo 14 geo brushes. I doubt this will work, but that's okay. My gosh, it'll be so nice to have the FPS back. Move it to the building. Oops. Pretend like the collision is going to be anything besides complex. Laugh all the way to the bank because it's certainly going to be complex. Not the most ideal way probably to do this, but with only 7 brushes left out of 40, that should hugely increase the FPS. I don't know what the FPS is at this point. Like, it was like happy to hit in the 40s if I had nothing else going. I think it was like low 40s was the best I was gonna get. I haven't got rid of all of them yet, so it's not like I'm gonna have perfect FPS. Close up all the other windows. Nowhere to land to not fall in the water. That was okay. That's still hitting about the same. Still gotta get the last ones. I still gotta combine all the stupid splines. Oh, optimization, why are you so much fun? Still about the same. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I wanted to know if I was going to add any more holes through this. Probably not. Well, maybe. It almost seems like there would be an extra hole. There could just be two pipes going through, maybe. That'll make working with the others a lot quicker. Can I fit a second one? Let's be fair, this is only one hole going through. But you'd think since there's no other way to exit water out of here, that the water would be huge, there'd be a lot more holes going through to put water out. Why there probably should have been a water thing below. Got so many splines to deal with too, gross. Because I can have multiple things go into this trough. So water goes into there and then through here. So two of them go through here and then pulls double the water. That makes sense. I think I'll just roll with it. And I can always plug it if I don't like it. But in the interest of having FPS back, I really want to get rid of these. Waiting for effort selected. Oh, what this actually does. A geometry reference thingy? Clean thing? Never really click it, so I mean, I clicked it there to see what it did. One time it said it cleaned like 31 things. Sure hope I didn't break anything. Doesn't seem to. Three brushes left. This connects to nothing. Oh. How handy. I'm so glad I put that there. Really, I am. Can't you tell? What do you connect to? Oh, just that. Sure, this is probably fine. Possibly I'm going to want a hole above it. If I do, whatever, I'll remake this. I don't care that much. It's not that big of a deal. I didn't get rid of my brushes again because there's too many of these things, and FPS tends to go up when you get rid of this crap. Probably more when I'm not running OBS and streaming, but you know, whatever. I hit apply, right? Yeah, I did, so. Collision. I hate when that happens. You know, I wish it could adopt the collision of the meshes, right? Because it already had the the geo brushes, because it had a collision for the geo brushes, and it doesn't keep that collision when it builds the thing. And you would think it would, because it already had a collision to work off, and it'd be perfect. But it doesn't. Alright, I think at that point I'm going to call it, because I pretty much have gotten rid of all those. The next will be all the crappy little mesh thingies so that I can get this FPS up here, and then... yeah. Should improve these rooms a lot. These rooms are such problem children because of the glass everywhere, so I probably need to fix that and have less glass in some areas or something, just to eliminate the need to load so much. Like, maybe this wall just shouldn't be here, and it should just be viewable from these sides, and then I don't have to load the entire sunken depths in this room. And that might be a good idea. To be 100% honest, that might be a good idea. That is a lot of resources wasted. But it is cool to be able to look out here and see that, so... maybe? I don't know. That's a lot. I'll do a quick FPS test just because. Assume that's still not going to be enough to make the biggest difference, but it will make a difference. It is heavy. And I have to get off to sleep so I can wake up at a time to meet him to buy a bunch of cards and get lots of value. I was already up. Well, now it's sitting like much stronger in the 45 range. Still tanks a little bit down, but it's not struggling as hard to get there. And that's not with all the optimizations. Once you merge enough of this crap together and everything too, it's gonna make a big difference. All these things that are just doing whatever they're doing don't have to be rammed together here. They can be, well, they don't have to be single things. They can all be rammed together as one giant draw call to save a lot of time and effort. It's usually what you want to do, especially if they're the same thing over and over and over. Yeah. So I might be back tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Just whenever I feel like it. If I've got free time, I might as well work on it. And if I am, it'll be at the same time. So I say just check back. Yeah. And for those people new, the game's called Poppet Quest. Like we saw, wishlist it, join the Discord, keep track of what's going on. You know, follow or subscribe or something if you want, or don't. You know, either way, thanks for watching. I don't think I'm gonna do any rating out because there's not that many people watching on Twitch, and I can't rate on YouTube, so I think there's only like there's basically no one on Kick either. So I'll just wave everyone goodbye. Catch you tomorrow if I'm around, or the day after or something. So see ya.